a dubious theory about Alice in Wonderland for you, if you're quite interested.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
Yes. Alice in Wonderland isn't a wildly imaginative children's fantasy after all. It's a bitter, satirical attack on Victorian mathematics. Dubious or not, visit aliceschmalice.co.uk to review the evidence and decide for yourself.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
It's an interesting theory, and there's a book written about it. The fact is, as you know, Alice in Wonderland was written by...
Lewis Carroll.
Who was in real life...
A dog. Charles Dodge.
A dog? It's so right, the last letter was wrong.
It was a don.
A don.
A don.
Yeah.
A don.
Don, that's what you meant. In other words, he was a fellow of an...
Autocorrect, autocorrect, damn you, autocorrect.
He was a mathematician at Oxford.
Yeah.
And he was a very conservative, classical mathematician who believed in Euclidean geometry and things like that. And there was a new world coming into maths that would resolve in David Hilbert's famous questions and the Poincaré conjecture and Riemann's hypothesis and all the things that Alan Turing and later mathematicians
The invention of
devoted
number
themselves.
9, of course.
The invention
very,
of number...
very controversial. I've never taken to it myself.
Squeezed it in between 7 and 10 and 8 and 10, in fact.
Yeah. 8 came even later.
8 came later, that's right.
They needed it for the war.
That's right. So weird. They did it for bingo, I think. No, but the fact is, he didn't like the way that maths was becoming so extraordinarily abstract and pure and less to do with either symbolic logic, which was his particular subject, or, as I say, the beauty of plain geometry, which he loved. And so this particular author, Melanie Bailey, argues that the scenes, particularly the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, the encounter with the hooker-smoking caterpillar, and the meeting with the Duchess whose baby turns into a pig, all that sort of absolute nonsense, he thought typified modern mathematics. And most of all, he added in the later story, the Cheshire Cat, who disappears leaving only a grin. It's a humorous way of making a serious point about the futility of abstraction. How can the cat leave a grin behind? The cat was brilliantly played in the Tim Burton film by who did the voice of the cat? It was superb. Oh, God.
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, that's it. That's it. I knew it was someone good. Minus 2,000 points. Anyway, Melanie Bailey, the author of this book, reminds us that his other works are painfully dull and moralistic or very technical works. In fact, Queen Victoria read Alice and loved it so much and said, I do hope, Dr. Dodgson, that you will dedicate your next book to me. So he wrote a book called something like Problems in Symbolic Logic. to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. You must have read it and thought, what the fuck is this?
Queen Victoria bumper book of boring math. Happy Christmas, Your
Anyway,
Majesty.
she says, this lady, Melanie Bailey, that Dodgson was most witty when he was poking fun at something, and only then when the subject matter truly got him riled. Whereas we think of him as just an absurdist, a kind of surrealist, as a nonsense, a master of nonsense. Anyway, it's nice to have dubious theories on our J series, and that's one of them. What were chainsaws originally invented for?
Proctology.
Wow. That's scary.
Yeah, that's a...
Slicing an arse in half.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you were in the right area, I have to say.
What?
I mean,
Really?
circumcision.
What I mean is, you began straight away with medicine. You didn't say trees or, you know, cutting down...
cutting off legs.
buildings.
Like bones and...
Bones is the right answer, yes. In particular, it was a rather unpleasant procedure. It
Oh,
was
don't. It'll be a boy thing against a girl thing. It
Well,
will
not
be.
against, you know.
Well, no,
It's doctors trying to help.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It'll be a boy thinking a woman's taking far too long over labour, going, oh, I can't stand all that panting. I know, we'll get a chainsaw, just cut that baby out. That's what it is.
You know, you're absolutely right. It was in 1783.
That's no excuse.
It was two Scots doctors called John Aitken and James Jaffrey, and it was called a symphysiotomy, and it was a procedure to widen the pelvis if the baby's head was too large to pass through.
Oh, can you hear the high tone of all those sighs?
About this picture.
It's a bit eye-watering.
It's a ladies' ward, so of course there is some baking going on.
Yes.
On the cake display cakes.
And I tell you what,
Buns in the oven, Stephen. You see what I did there?
Buns in the oven.
they didn't really, darling.
I'm afraid they did. When I say chainsaw, it was literally a chain. It was like a watch chain, in fact.
Ah, right.
It was like an up and down.
lumberjack giving it... It's a boy!
They hadn't yet invented the internal combustion engine.
And caesarean sections.
Caesarean sections have replaced the same idea. That
Phew.
Yes, quite, exactly.
Would it
It's a
be
bit of a
easier to do
relief.
the caesarean section, I think. Sawing the pelvic bone in half is not as easy as maybe just a small incision and...
But is there
I
not...
know, you'd have thought they would have
Pop
made
it out the sunroof.
But this was before antiseptic. It was before antiseptic surgery, and of course it was before any kind of anaesthetic.
They're not a meeting. You know what I mean? There's not a meeting where someone goes, I've got it. And they go, what? They go, chainsaw, innit?
Well, they looked at a watch chain and they said, you know, if we could sort of ease away the bone like that, rather than using a saw. I know, everyone's wincing.
Have we got another question that isn't about that?
Would it heal? Presumably not very well.
Well, they then went on to use the same thing. For example, if someone had a bit of diseased bone, they would do the same thing. They would sort of tick it in, they'd go up and down like that, and then they'd do it lower down, and the two bits would fuse together and have a stiff arm. But it would get rid of the diseased bone. It was called an osteotome. It eventually became like a chainsaw. You can see one here. That is more like a chainsaw.
You don't
Pretty
want
unpleasant.
That, you don't want that coming at you.
You really don't. You really, really don't.
I remember my wife had a baby, I remember it well.
I'm
And,
just saying.
yeah, it was a
wouldn't
grand day.
forget.
It was a grand day. But when she had a baby, and there's a point where you go in to see the fella who's going to sort it out on the day.
Obstetrician?
That's
Yes.
him, yeah.
Yep.
He's got an official title. And you go in to see him, and as the husband, he says, right, you sit there on a chair, and then he pulls the curtain across.
Yes.
While him and your wife are in this thing, while he has a little dabble or
It's a
whatever he's
bit
doing.
intimate, isn't it?
It's a bit like you go, I've seen it, mate. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing... This is why we're here.
Well, you don't look when that happens, though, do you, at the moment of conception? Do you actually have a look? You're looking into... Sorry.
Stephen doesn't need to know, Jason. He doesn't need to know.
You're gazing lovingly into her eyes.
Gazing lovingly at the Born Identity, which is still on the television. As you reach for your drink.
What do you think, darling, that he's got a periscope at the moment?
I'm sorry.
I don't know why you and I are having this conversation.
After the invention of the internal combustion engine, where we were getting Jeremy to his home territory now, eventually by 1920 they were small enough to be able to have a hand-powered
Cut
chain,
down trees.
and then they cut down trees.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, anyway, there you are. Chainsaws were originally invented for midwives. What kind of person lived here? Yes, already the tragic tones.
Initially, you think a very angry person that's quite small.
Yes.
Small-minded or just small?
It did genuinely exist, this Daily Mail model village. This was after the First World War, when housing was in short supply and we were trying to build a land fit for heroes.
And it was made entirely of Daily Mail papier-mâché, was it? Copies of the Daily Mail.
Well, the Daily Mail was never shy about trying to draw attention to itself with publicity stunts of all kinds, athletic stunts, firsts in aviation and so on. It was the Daily Mail that sponsored Amy Johnson to fly to Australia, for example, and they decided that they would lead the world, and they thought they would contribute to a model village.
I can see that, like, if they go, let's have an air race, let's try and cross the Atlantic, and then they're all quite... like that. And, but then model village,
But then-
it's like... it's the sort of thing where, like, you know, Richard Branson said, right, I'm going to send a rocket to the moon and I'm going to take people. And they go, wow, Branson's amazing, we're going to fly.
And when we get there, I'm going to build a model village.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you have to go back to after 1919, all those people wiped out by Spanish flu. Before that, all those people wiped out by the First World War. And the Daily Mail thought we needed a new, modern Britain with new, modern cities. And so they devised this village, which they thought were going to be absolutely marvellous. But the plans were a little overambitious, and they were overtaken by the...
Garden Village.
The company who owned the land around and who named this new town Welwyn Garden City.
Oh.
But there it was, the Daily Mail model village at Welwyn Garden City, 1922.
It's a good job it wasn't the Sunday Sport model village, because then it would be the Welwyn Garden City.
Welwyn!
Check out the fronts of those houses. It's double fronted. Oh, look at the garage
And there's
doors
always
on.
the back alley, too. Oh, dear.
That was a rubbish model village. It's clearly full size.
Yeah, don't forget model has two meanings. There's model in the sense of it's a paragon, it's a model of its kind. And that's what they meant by it.
It's got three
Not
meanings,
like
hasn't
it's a
it?
teeny
Because
weeny.
model village, everyone just walks around.
There's also...
Yeah.
The high street is called the catwalk, yeah.
Everyone's just in their pants.
That's true.
I have to say, I weep when I think of my childhood and the amount of time we spent around a model village.
Oh, Beaconscott.
And what kids have today.
Yeah.
They've got so much, and my mum and dad would go, oh, look at that, it's Big Ben, but this big, and we'd go, wow.
Yeah. But you see, your dad didn't drink. My dad would go to a model village, drink and go, I'm King Kong! And just start smashing stuff. Oh, how we'd laugh. You know why I can't go to model villages? Because when you walk round, because of the painted faces, they all look like people who've been, like, trapped by witchcraft. And
Yes,
going,
they do.
Help! Get me out of here! I'm not really queuing for a newspaper.
It's
And I come home shrouded in guilt and drink. I don't know enough about the dark arts to make them all fully sized again.
Only you can say, what is Australia's deadliest creature, in fact?
Oh,
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch.
After Rupert Murdoch.
Sorry about
After
the
Rupert
fact he
Murdoch.
came here.
Yeah, excluding a member of the human race, which I'm not sure whether that does or not, but anyway...
Is it the spiders, the funnel web, the red
It's going to be
Yep.
something on the road, isn't it?
It's the box jellyfish.
No, it's not. That is a nasty creature. Is it people?
Is it rabbits? Is it rabbits running in front of utes or some sort of... it's gotta
You're
be
certainly
something-
right that most of the deaths
gonna be
caused by
a-
animals in Australia are caused on the road, but the animal that is most responsible...
Crocodile?
Is it man? The most deadly of all
Snake.
Shark?
No,
Say that. I've not born there.
it's not about a cat, though. In the year under the sample year, we're taking one human being in Australia was killed by a cat that year. But 128...
Cunning plan, executed skillfully and quietly. Is it?
It's the road. The road's involved.
Often the road.
Are the people in the car at the time?
Sometimes, yes,
Oh,
but,
kites. Is it the...
but sometimes they're on the animal involved.
They're on the
Horses?
That's a horse, yes. A horse. More people are killed by horses than... It's a very angry horse there.
That one
angry
needs a
horse.
dental hygiene appointment ASAP.
Seriously does. Yeah, because they fall off and break their neck, or indeed they cause car crashes and so on. And horses kill 3 times more than the ones you've mentioned.
When we lived in Australia, my wife bought a horse, and she's desperate to try and get me to ride, right? So she said, I bought this horse, it's really docile, you'll be fine.
They never are.
So I got... Well, no, there was actually... The problem was it was too docile. What happened was it ended up being studied by Melbourne University because it was one of the few horses that was... medically got narcolepsy. So I swear to God, it's one of the rare cases of a narcoleptic horse. So she buys this horse, and she said she couldn't work out why every time when she was grooming it, it would get heavier. hey, like that. And so she couldn't groom it because it would fall on her. So she says to me, it's fine, the horse is narcoleptic, get on it. And so I got on it in full motorbike gear because I wasn't taking any chances. And I sat on this horse and it started to just... And you know, normally you kick a horse to make it go. This one, he kicked it and it would go, what, hey, like that, to make it up. And sometimes it would fall asleep against the electric fence. So it would go like that. Oh, hey, hey! It's like Jack Douglas from the Carry On.
Oh, well, that's my kind of horse, frankly. Yeah. But it is the horse, anyway, that turns out. What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy,
Amy Johnson?
Amy Johnson is the right answer. Very good. There she is. That's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
Flew across
all
America.
cock and brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia.
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding.
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an aeroplane and first flew...
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became, obviously, incredibly good. Remember who wrote the first dictionary in English?
Oh, yes. Johnson.
Samuel Johnson.
Samuel Johnson? Oh, it wasn't Samuel Johnson. I led you down the garden path.
Baldrick.
Banked you, Baldrick. B. Probably a B, yes.
Very good. We're going to have to write the whole dictionary tonight.
Dr. Johnson's dictionary, which was written in the earlier part of the 18th century, was preceded by... Well, there was...
Famously, the first
there were
dictionary.
lots, weren't there?
There was a Richard Mulcaster in the 16th century who came up with the name football, in fact, and indeed invented refereeing and the idea of football teams. But he wrote Elementary in 1582. He was the first to gather all the words which we use in our English tongue out of all professions, as well learned as not, into one dictionary. But he didn't give definitions. He just listed all the words that he thought they existed. But in Robert Corddry's Table Alphabetical of 1604, not only listed words, but gave definitions, so it was perhaps the first true dictionary in the sense that we know it. It listed around 3,000 hard words, as he called them, defining each one. So then Johnson's dictionary had how many entries? Around the time there were about 250,000 or 300,000 words. How many did he list?
42.
So, you were so close, 42,000. Was it? That was really close. 42,773. But we've got some Johnson words that have gone out of use, and maybe you can mention what they mean. Tongue pad.
Mouth friend.
Mouth friend. Don't we all need a mouth friend?
Sometimes we certainly do need a tongue pad and a mouth.
Sometimes I like a frigorific.
I hear you, girl.
Frigorific.
Yeah. We've all been frigorific in our time. A double latte is, I
That's
think
a
it's
coffee.
single shot,
you
isn't
can
it?
get those in...
Just after Aguilar. It's depucillate.
Oh, that's what you do before a big date, isn't it? Yeah.
You're meeting a mouth friend.
Yes.
You're going to be tongue pad. Slip in the old shapesmith.
Is a shapesmith just a rubbish blacksmith?
No, a shapesmith is basically what we...
I've done a thing. You've been to the shapesmith, yeah. Sort of looks like a doorknob.
Yeah, it's not a horse shoe, but it's sort of horse jewellery. And
like a horse clog.
nipple clamp. They found in Camden Market and sold all that crap.
No, a shapesmith is actually what we would call a personal trainer. It's someone who gets you into shape and improves the shape of your body. It's
Time
a
for that word to come back.
Shapesmith, exactly.
I'm going to see my shapesmith.
My shapesmith. A tongue pad.
I hate that.
A tongue pad is just a great talker who just gives someone who just natters all the time. A mouth friend is No, someone who was a friend to your face but is duplicitous behind your back.
Oh,
Says,
God, I know a few of those.
Yeah, a few mouth friends. Pretends to be your friend. To depucillate is to deflower, to bereave of virginity.
It's not a bereave.
To pluck the
Let's not see it as that. Frigorific sounds like something Del Boy might say, but what is it?
It actually, I suppose we would... It's probably rather badly spelled. We should pronounce it, yes, cold. Should pronounce it frigorific, probably. It just means causing cold. Something it's frigorific. Causes cold. So, some of his definitions were just a little bit lazy. Sock, something put between the foot and the shoe.
He must have thought, though, because, you know, previously the one before you say had been just of hard words. He must have just thought, look, everyone knows what a sock is.
If you can read, you'll know what a sock is.
Yeah, if you've got this book and you don't know what a sock is, then I can't help you.
Exactly. Oates was a famous one.
I guess he said horrible things about the Scots in his one on Oates, didn't he?
He did. He said a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. He describes to Worm to deprive a dog of something, nobody knows what, under his tongue, which is said to prevent him, nobody knows why, from running mad. It's just a very strange...
Wasn't a scientist, then?
No, I think probably not. It was one of our greatest... Napoleon say to Josephine on his way back from a journey?
Ah, I sense a trap. The only thing I know about Napoleon and Josephine was he said...
Yeah?
What was it, Rob? What was it?
Phil?
I'm going to do it. I'm coming back, don't wash.
Oh! That is one of the two things that people know that Napoleon said. Yep, I shall be home soon, don't wash, because he liked them dirty. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. The earliest place this quotation can be sourced is 1981.
I only know the other one.
The other one, which might be... what?
It's the one... Rob, what's it?
Yeah, you know it.
Cal, what? It's really...
I'm still stuck on the no
Pas ce
washing.
soir, Josephine. Oh. And I got away with it.
Josephine, on the right there, she's got the same black eyes that all the people in my pictures have got on my computer when I try and get rid of the red eye.
Yes, that's true.
They end up with massive black dots and they look like some sort of zombie film.
Anyway, I'm sorry you fell into our trap, but you managed to avoid the trap of Not Tonight, Josephine, which is the other thing he was supposed to have said.
That's the one I know.
That appears in a play, W.G. Will's play called The Royal Divorce, which didn't come out until 1891, some 70 years after the death of the Emperor.
An army marches on its stomach.
Yes, well, indeed, yes.
Did he say that?
Unlikely to have said that to Josephine, but he might have done. I think he made it more as a sort of, you know, a point about logistics.
Maybe he discussed all sorts of battle stuff.
He might have done. He said, I prefer a lucky general to a skilled one, he said as well. So we don't really know anything particular that Josephine and Napoleon might have said to each other. Do you know the capital of Alaska?
Yes, you just said it.
Exactly, thank you. Very good. Juneau is the capital of Alaska. J-U-N-E-A-U. Juneau. But there's something unique about it.
It rains all the bloody time, I know that.
Well, it's not accessible by road. You can only get there by air or water. There is no road to Juneau.
Sarah Palin can get there by walking on the water.
And can you tell me the biggest joke ever to come out of Alaska?
Sarah Palin.
We're not forfeiting you that. It was so obvious.
Oh,
we weren't even going to forfeit it.
If I had forfeited, I would have refudiated.
We would have refudiated. Anyway, the point is, there is actually a famous practical joke, an April Fool's joke that came out of Alaska. It took a lot of preparation and it was rather extraordinary. We'll show you a photograph that might give you a hint. I mean, it's not really going to be easy, but what's in the background there?
This is a volcano-based practical
joke,
and it's one that I read about it and it very much impressed me because if you do a practical joke which is, you know, cling film over the toilet, something simple.
Yeah.
The person who did this practical joke... It's a good one. It doesn't work for women necessarily because we tend to notice when we sit down that there's some... But for men, I tell you, it's a hoot. There was a volcano... and a gentleman, I can't remember his name, I apologise, decided to try and make it seem as if it was erupting, so took loads of tyres and
Glass.
set fire to it, and then everyone came out of their houses and went, the volcanoes are happening.
Yes.
Because it was so
absolutely
good.
right. He waited 3 years till there was a clear April the 1st. He took kerosene and smoke bombs and tyres and he dropped them down the crater and set fire to it. But in 50-foot letters, he did say April Fool, and he warned the federal authority. He called them up, but he forgot to call the Coast Guard, who did panic a bit. But it was fortunately all taken in the right spirit. And his name is Porky Bicar.
Porky.
Porky. That was his nickname. Porky. He was American, so he was called Porky. Porky Bicar. And that is, aside from Sarah Palin, the greatest joke ever to come out of Alaska.
It is a good one.
I have to say, I am very...
Take you back now to your childhood and innocence. You remember all those white Christmases? No?
Oh, OK. I remember one.
Yeah.
1971.
1970, the January was 71.
There you go.
Christmas itself, 1970. Had you said yes, I would buzz you, because you don't remember any, because you're from the southeast. You might remember a few more, because South Shields has had more. We've actually tried to work out how many white Christmases you've had. We think you might have had them when you were 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 9.
Wow.
Which is actually quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
Because in the whole of the 20th century, if you lived in London or the southeast, there were only 4 white Christmases. I know. It is extraordinary. And they were in 1927, 1938, 1970 and 1981. As we know, in the 21st century, we've had a few. But what's important about this is that in the early part of the 19th century, around about 1812 to 1820, there were 8 in a row.
Oh.
Now, why was that important to our culture?
Is that when the song was written?
No.
No.
A certain child was born in 1812. We were
Jesus.
Norman, you really do need a little bit of a religious education. This was an author, a writer, who created the idea.
Charles Dickens.
Okay,
Charles Dickens. For the first 8 years of his life, it always snowed on Christmas Day. And so whenever he mentions Christmas, not just in A Christmas Carol, but in several other novels, it's always snowing. And this helped the myth in British culture of a snowy Christmas. He also lived at a time known as the Little Ice Age. You know this, I'm sure you've seen paintings of fairs on the River Thames.
Yeah.
There were times when the River Thames froze so solidly they would have fairs, not just fairs, they'd have bonfires on the ice.
Those crazy cockneys.
Yes. they could guarantee...
Light a fire up.
Yeah.
It's freezing.
Let's light a fire on the river on the ice. What could possibly go wrong?
But the odd thing is, nothing did go wrong, because it was so thick, the ice. The last Frost Fair, as they were called, was in 1813-14 on the frozen River Thames. Wow. But anyway, this century we've had more white Christmases, as we know, but only 4 in the entire 20th century, and only 2 in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
More in Scotland. I'm really being very metrocentric here, and I apologise for that.
Imagine that Jamie Oliver was to be crowned the next King of England. It's sort of... not inconceivable in the strange world in which we live.
President Oliver.
What number, James, would he be? What would be his regnal number, as the official
Well,
phrase says
it would be different in England from Scotland.
No, there's just one UK, so it would be the same in both. But what would it be?
I'm desperate to say James III. Yes!
No, because what happened was when Elizabeth was crowned 60 years ago, she was, of course, called Queen Elizabeth II. But in Scotland, there was a bit of an outcry because she wasn't the second Queen Elizabeth in Scotland, she was the first. They had Mary, Queen of Scots, when Elizabeth I was on the throne. So a few early E2R pillar boxes were trashed in Scotland, and there was a big fuss. And Winston Churchill, who was Prime Minister in 1953, he sort of decided that
350 years
I
later.
know, people, there's long memories on these things. So Churchill essentially laid down a convention whereby UK monarchs would be numbered uniformly according to either an English or Scottish reckoning, whichever was higher. So James I of England was James the Sixth of Scotland. So James II was James VII. So if there were another James, he would be called James VIII. That would be the procedure.
I worry when you say things like this that you're the only person who knows. If Jamie Oliver did become king and you weren't around to tell them, they might get it wrong.
Sweet.
What are you going to... You need to leave these things in a notebook.
You need to get some tablets for you to...
Princess Anne looks a lot like my daughter in that picture, quite disturbingly.
Gosh! She's very young there, isn't she?
I feel sorry for all the other finalists to be queen.
The Greeks used it for earache. Columbus took 80 tons of it to America, and Henry VIII made it compulsory. What am I talking about?
Oh, hang on a second. What's the theme of the show? It's joints?
Yes.
I'm going to guess marijuana.
Ooh, marijuana is the right answer. Cannabis, yes.
So he took 80 tons to America?
Yes.
You're saying that he's
Columbus
a trafficker? Saying Columbus is a drug trafficker?
He must have had a very big sphincter.
It was pretty enormous.
Pretty nervous when you got across it, I would imagine.
Well, as you probably know, cannabis plant is also used for the creation of hemp and ropes. He had tons of it just on his ship alone of rope made from hemp. And also it was made under King James, it was made compulsory for the colonials to grow it and to use it. They mostly wore hemp clothing. And hemp was used as an oil, as a lubricant, and all kinds of things. As you can buy hemp oil now. But by the middle of the 19th century, cannabis was recommended by the US Pharmacopoeia for the following disorders: neuralgia, tetanus, typhus, cholera, rabies, dysentery, alcoholism, anthrax, leprosy, incontinence, snakebite, gout, tonsillitis, and insanity.
So that seemed to be a list of pretty much everything, though. I would imagine if you went into the chemist, it sounds like they only had one thing. What have you got? One, I'll have a think.
Well, there's a Greek word for that, panacea, a cure-all, literally. And so they did more or less think it was a panacea, as they did so many drugs, as they did heroin when that came out, and cocaine.
Well, in defence of both of those, it will take the edge off.
But there are still people who believe it. People are very keen for the legalisation of medicinal marijuana.
It seems weird that we haven't got medicinal marijuana, but we've got medicinal heroin.
Yes, isn't it?
That's kind of an odd quirk, isn't it?
I suppose so, except that, of course, there is no real painkiller available except the one that we get from the poppy, which includes morphine and heroin. We just can't make a drug that does the same thing.
Mummy's hugs.
Mummy's hugs and kisses. Oh, sweetheart.
Mummy's hugs.
That's so
and
lovely.
Then if they don't work, heroin.
Yeah. I think you've got it spot on the money, Jack. Absolutely. What was Jingle Bells written to celebrate?
The end of a war.
No, it wasn't that.
End of a famine.
No.
The beginning of a famine. The arrival of the first member of the Ku Klux Klan in Iceland.
It does look a bit like that, doesn't it?
Christmas.
No, not Christmas.
One of these days there'll be a double bluff.
There will be. We do have double bluffs concealed within. It was written by a man whose nephew went on to become the richest man in America, I believe.
Rockefeller.
No, J. Pierpont Morgan, the great banker. But his uncle lived in Massachusetts, and in 1857 he wrote a song, and it was to celebrate a winter festival that takes place in America, not
Thanksgiving?
Christmas. Thanksgiving, exactly. Oh. And he wrote the song, and its real name was not Jingle Bells, but...
Turkey Jingle Balls.
No, it's a line from the song.
Jungle Bells.
It's a line from the song.
Jingle all the way.
One Horse Open Sleigh was the name of the song. It's called One Horse Open Sleigh. And he played it on... Yes, that's the one. And that's right. Yeah, right. Your mother will be coming to visit tomorrow. So I'm going to sit you in front.
Jingle bells. Batman smell.
Yeah. What's unusual about Bailey's pocket mouse?
Only a minute.
Obviously,
That's it.
Bailey's pocket mouse doesn't look like that.
No.
If you take away the handsome features, that's it, Bailey's pocket mouse.
Is it some sort of desert mouse that doesn't drink or something?
Well, you're almost right. You're very close.
Oh, it does drink, but only Bailey's.
Yeah. That's right.
It shins up the bottle like that, and it brings its own miniature parasol.
There is a particular oil-bearing plant in Mexico.
Jojoba.
Yes! And it was thought for many years that the Bailey's mouse was the only one that could tolerate eating it, because it is basically disgusting to all other animals.
So they can survive on shampoo?
Well, that's the point, yeah. It has then become a useful oil. Since whaling stopped,
it has some of the same properties as whale oil.
A lot easier to apprehend.
Yeah, than a whale. Exactly. You just get hold of a jojoba plant and it gives off this oil. But very few animals eat it, and very few animals are tolerant of it, because it's a disgusting oil.
Well, not if you're a Bailey's mouse, it's not.
Exactly. And it was thought to be the only animal that could eat it. And in fact, 3 others have since been discovered that are also capable of surviving.
Pete Burns.
Jojoba. Pete Burns is one. Sean Ryder is another.
And Bez, yeah. Your 3 go-to jojoba guys.
As an oil, it's a laxative, and so some people use it as a frying oil, so that when you fry things in it, it just runs through you. So it's just a good way of keeping on the diet. But mostly jojoba is used for...
Shampoo.
Your skin.
Your skin, shampoo, cosmetics.
Yes.
Who was it who made jojoba famous?
Billy Connolly.
Billy Connolly, exactly, did a famous routine about jojoba. What's that? What the fuck's that? Jojoba? Jojoba? He has a way of repeating words, Billy Connolly, that I remember many years ago, when for the first time he was elected president of Israel, and I got this phone call.
Billy Connolly was?
No.
I tell you what.
Israel, it's phrased this the wrong way, but this particular person had been, and the phone rang, and it was Billy Connolly. He didn't introduce himself. He just went, Benjamin Netanyahu. And I said, what? He said, Benjamin Netanyahu. And I said, sorry, who is this? He went, Benjamin Netanyahu? What's that about? For fuck's sake, Benjamin Netanyahu? And then he put the phone down. I thought, it was Billy Connolly riffing on the name Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, and he would have done the same with jojoba. Jojoba.
The month before November, that was the joke, wasn't
That, exactly.
Sometimes Paul O'Grady phones me up and just goes, oh, then hangs up.
What's that? Get that? No. Stop it. No, don't.
Doesn't say no, don't.
Doesn't it?
No, that's Frankie Howard.
Oh, damn. So easily confused. Which reality TV format was invented by Charlemagne's father? There's a picture of Charlemagne.
Big Brother?
It's not as well as Big Brother.
All
I will
right.
give you a clue.
Celebrity Big Brother?
On Channel 5. I'm a king, get me out of here.
That will cover it. I can tell you it was presented by Dale Winton.
Supermarket Sweep?
No,
Total Wipeout? What else has he done?
Oh, yeah, you're pretty good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I know the workings
Big
of...
fan.
Yeah. You're good on Dale.
Yeah.
You probably don't know who Dale Winton is, do you?
Chap or lady?
Audience, He's a very charming gentleman, Mr. Winton. Well turned out, crisply well turned out gentleman. Very nice man.
Who was his father then?
Well, Charlemagne's father is a good question. You're unlikely to have heard of him. I'd be very impressed if you have heard of him. He was Count Pepin the Short, unfortunately. But if you go back to... This is even pre-medieval. This is Dark Ages. If you go back to that time, justice was meted out in all kinds of odd ways. And one of the odd ways, it was a system of testing, which was called an ordeal.
An ordeal.
Ordeal. There were various kinds of ordeal.
So it's ordeal or no ordeal?
Oh, no. If only with Noel Edmonds we were talking about, then that would do it.
Is he a lady or a man?
Is Noel Edmonds... Well, ordeals. This particular ordeal involved... 2 people had a quarrel, and they both had to make the shape of a cross, see? And stay there. I don't know what that's about.
Someone said he's got a small penis.
Are you a real doctor?
It was called Judicium Crucis, the justice of the cross in Latin. And basically, it's a bit like those school punishments where they make you do that, if you ever did that. The one who just dropped his hands first was wrong. And it had the Archbishop of Paris with the abbot of Saint-Denis. Only they would use champions to do it for them. So they would say, you on my behalf, stand for as long as you can in the cross. and in this case, the Archbishop of Paris won.
It's a pity you have to nominate someone,
It's-
because if you didn't, you could just pick on old people, couldn't you, in those days, because you know that...
You could have ordeals by tickling. They genuinely had all kinds of ordeals. Ordeals by water, ordeals by fire, and so on. But there is a car game.
Is it that one where you've got to keep your hand on the car? Yeah, and then the last one wins it.
You see?
Yeah.
You do know it.
Yes. I do.
Dale Winton presented, I think on Channel 5, an endurance game show based on a Japanese original called Touch the Truck. That's Dale there.
I'd love to watch that.
That's
Just
him.
loads of people touching a car and then that's it. Yeah. For an hour.
For an hour? 81 hours. It's
Well, I'd
because
Sky Plus it and fast forward through it.
It's basically the last one to give up on touching the truck.
But it doesn't do anything, you just stand there...
No, you have to
with your
touch
hand
it.
on
Yeah, it's going 80 mile an hour. That's a game show.
You were allowed you were allowed a 10-minute break every 2 hours and 15 minutes every 6 hours.
This is made up, isn't it? No one would...
If you fell asleep, you were disqualified, so you had to stay awake. You couldn't just lie on the car with your hand on it, so you had to be consciously touching it. And the idea was the last person left touching it won it. And the winner, you probably want to know all about him, I expect, he won the truck, obviously, and he sold it. In order to raise funds to stand as a political...
arm surgery.
No. To stand as a political candidate. He stood for Kingston and Surbiton at the 2001 general election. There was a turnout of 49,093 people, and he secured 54 votes.
Wow. We do it in New Zealand. It's a radio show contest. It quite often happens. Yeah, we're probably the last country still doing it. It's the only way you can get your cars back in New Zealand.
Doing it on radio sounds even weirder to me, I have to say.
They're still touching it? They're still touching it?
Do you have to drop
Still touching it?
No, they interview the people who are touching the car. So
Right.
I've got John here. How's it going? Ah, good. I'm still touching it. You know. How many hours now? 7.
Anyway, that's it. That's basically a game show inspired by a Dark Ages... endurance test, yeah. Extraordinary. Describe the travel arrangements of the Japanese flying snail.
Where is it going?
It probably won't travel more than 11 miles, but very fast.
Does it drop?
Yes,
Is it a fall?
Yeah, but how would it get up?
They haven't got wings, have they, see?
No, they haven't. They so haven't got wings. But we haven't got wings and we fly. How do we do it?
No, in an aeroplane.
We get in an aeroplane. We get in some...
Oh, I got the answer
We get
to
in a
this.
conveyance that flies.
They hop on a bird or a creature with wings.
Yes.
A bird.
Yeah.
They
Could have been a bat.
Could have been a bat.
Yeah.
Could have been a bat or a bird.
Yeah, or
a strange hybrid of bird bat. They hop onto a creature with the ability to fly.
But 11 miles, that's very, very high.
It's not the height, it's not the altitude, never mind. They travel...
I've still got it in my head that they're dropping 11 miles.
No. It's not a voluntary act. They get eaten by birds. There are 2 types of birds. On the little island of Hahajima. Hahajima, it's one of the Agasawara Islands, south of Japan, as you can see. And there is the Japanese white-eye and the brown-eyed bulbul, which are 2 types of bird. There they are.
Yeah.
And they eat this particular snail. Yeah. And about 15% of them survive the process and are excreted out alive. And so they're kind of spreading their
Is this to
their
scale?
genes further around, yeah.
Because that seems unlikely.
No, it's not. That would be a seriously weighed down.
That snail would eat
bulbul.
that bird. I'd back the snail.
Is the bird on the left, is that a white ring round its eye, or is it just excreted a full-size snail?
Whoa! It can be up to between 30 minutes or 2 hours later that it passes through the bird system, as it were, and the bird can fly at about 11 miles per hour.
Does the snail go into his own shell, by which I don't mean get a little self-conscious? does he retreat into his shell
I should imagine he
to
would.
take shelter?
I should imagine he would.
But don't they pick them out of the shell anyway? Don't they get in the...
Like you do in a restaurant with a special fork.
They've got a special fork.
Which is called armour.
They've got a special fork.
I'm writing it down. I've got an ice
fork.
cream scoop called Vanessa.
Yes. So anyway...
What would you call one of those pizza cutters, the roly pizza cutter?
Clement.
Clement. No, fair enough.
Dave.
Well, they describe the rules on a pirate ship. Rules? Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find?
Well, oddly enough, now, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle, except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, you know, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
It's rubbish being a pirate.
I know. That's not quite what you imagine.
My dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
You rescue one from the sea. No.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
I think essentially we're talking about rape.
Lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came on.
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land! There's
one man responsible.
Right.
Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
Treasure Island?
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this! This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
David Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redone.
I am your father.
Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
Darth Vader on a big tractor. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's... yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Did they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
we definitely covered that in the last series.
Really? I must have missed it.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called. Why is that a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What's your great-grandmother doing down the back of the sofa?
She a borrower?
Oh, she a borrower? No,
I come from a particularly small family, and we lost many various reasons. I had an aunt went through a cane chair. We never saw her again.
Was she dead and been cremated when you spilt it?
What was happening around the time of one's great-grandmother? What sort of...
They were using the elderly to stuff sofas.
About 100 years ago, families began to do a thing in order to register their lives and formalise their existences after weddings.
Photographs.
Exactly.
So Victorian...
and particularly their babies. They like to have their babies photographed. But exposure times were quite long, and how do you keep a baby still?
Oh, I've seen this. This is this weird thing...
Heroin.
There's loads of pictures. They've got, like, sheets over their head.
Yes.
They're sort of holding the child in place.
Exactly. They're called hidden mother photographs.
They're terrifying. There's a website of them.
Yes.
And they're terrifying. Yes. It's horrible.
It's like a woman in a burqa.
That's
There's the mother pretending to be a sofa or an item of furniture, keeping her baby quiet and still enough for the exposure time of the photograph. We got another one where the mother looks a bit like a carpet. I mean, it's really... It's not even a baby. I know, it's a young girl. There is a whole class of these. And
Don't move, bitch, don't move.
You will definitely get the points there for having known about them.
It's
They're
terrifying.
rather peculiar.
Brilliant. There's hundreds, and they're all sinister. Like, you've gone, rather than just let the kid stand by itself, you've gone, go stand with that ghost.
Yes.
Well, you know, it's weird.
Well, the mother will be talking to the child.
Yes.
It's all right, darling. Sit still. I'm going to...
It is talking! I am the sofa.
we have for you probably the first ever photograph of a human being, which is rather exciting. It's from the 1840s, and it's by Louis Daguerre himself. He took a photograph. In those days, very long exposure, and all the people who were there would have moved through as a blur. You wouldn't have seen. But there is a boot boy with a customer with his leg up, as it were, and you can see that, and we can probably circle it for you and give you a little bit of a... And that is the first human being, or pair of human beings, ever photographed. It's rather wonderful, isn't it?
How long does it take doing them shoes, then?
Yeah, I know, it's surprising. It was a 10-minute exposure, in fact, a 10-minute exposure. It was in 1838. That's how long ago it was. Wow. And we have a photograph for you, and you have to identify who the person is in the photograph. Who's that?
Is that Bruce Forsyth?
It's not Bruce Forsyth.
In the early years.
Yeah. It's quite surprising. It's someone you would not imagine there would be a photograph of.
OK. Can you give us a country? Is it
He's British.
Is it British?
He was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Small, it's a Prime Minister
but he was from an Irish
Is
family.
it-
Actually, the Duke of Wellington.
Wow. Duke of Wellington.
Yeah,
Is
the victor of Waterloo. As an old man, he looks surprisingly benign, considering his reputation. But isn't it amazing? There is a photograph of the
had
Duke of
no
Wellington.
idea.
Yeah, it's rather fabulous.
That's just a great picture.
It is actually a lovely picture.
I had an anxiety dream about coming on here. I was so terrified of it. And in the dream, I was sitting here, I think I was on the other side, and you were asking the question very sternly.
No.
Yes. The question was, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs? And I didn't know the answer. And I said, did they worship it? And the screens went, worship it, worship it. Which was absolutely terrifying.
Stephen, ask the question. Let's make it happen.
Yes, come on.
I'm such an amateur, I didn't even Google the answer.
That's an amazing dream.
It is a good dream.
That's very specific. You know, it's not like... I mean, I dream, I went up to the shops and bought some milk and some bread, and I wake up and I go, oh, where is it? And... I thought, I'm sure I went up the shop and got it, but clearly, that's a crazy dream. Must have been that blue cheese I had last night. But that,
Oh, yeah, really... Bill. Definitely the blue cheese was the issue.
Yeah, OK, all right. Blue cheese. Were you actually asleep? Or was this a sort of a premonition?
Well, we'll find out.
Well, yes, we will.
Can we just confirm this is happening now, isn't it?
Yes.
We're not in one of Vicky's dreams, because that would be...
That would be brilliant, now, wouldn't it? You could be the March Hare, I'll be the Aztecs. Bring it on.
Let's get some blue cheese.
Were you actually rather giving away your strategy? Anyway, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs?
You see? Thing is, Victoria, whatever you dreamt was the answer is the right answer.
Yeah.
No, but I know the answer isn't, did they worship it? Because... I think you'll find I said that's not the answer.
Yeah.
What the answer actually is... I don't know, why is a raven like a writing desk? It's that sort of question.
It is that sort of
Maybe
question.
for years people will now debate this. 50 years from now, people will be asking, why was the March hare important to the Aztecs?
There is a kind of answer that maybe your subconscious somehow knew. They worshipped rabbits, not hares.
Yeah.
So some part of your brain knew that Aztecs worshipped rabbits.
Honestly, Aztecs
Yes,
worship rabbits?
It's true.
I swear to you I didn't know that. That's really
I swear, and I think people are going to believe me.
I'll go even further than this. There are many people who believe that the rabbits that the Aztecs worshipped were jackrabbits, which are, in fact, technically a type of hare.
And a J word, which makes
And a J word. So Victoria Coren, burn the witch. You didn't see that one coming, and yet you did.
And I dreamt a thing that I didn't think I knew that you say is merely a fact beginning with J.
Yeah.
This world is far more mysterious than we give it credit for.
Isn't it just a senior moment? The famous volcano near Java, the game...
Krakatoa.
Krakatoa. What's the name of the movie? Krakatoa.
Krakatoa, east of Java.
East of Java, yes. And oddly enough, it's actually west of Java.
Oh, west of Java, yes.
It is an odd thing, but it was one of the first big cinerama kind of movies called Krakatoa east of Java. And it was just a bizarre lie, because it's Krakatoa west of Java. So some producer must have thought, I don't like the sound of west of Java.
It's not going to sell. It's not going to sell. What can we do? We can take it north,
east
south,
of Java.
east. It's going to be fantastic.
So within 10 years, tell me when this great, huge explosion.
1883.
1883?
1882.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, brace yourselves.
Oh, hello.
The explosion, the great, enormous, gigantic eruption of Krakatoa, was in 1883.
I think
I
saw a documentary about it.
May I just say, WTF?
There was a documentary about it on the BBC and they reenacted it.
Well remembered, is it? I mean, it's not an easily... I mean, not particularly...
remember anything.
It was the loudest sound, apparently, that has ever existed, or at least as far as we know, certainly within human reckoning.
So 4 atomic bombs. It's sort of...
No, it was 13 times greater than the Hiroshima bomb. There was 5 cubic miles of rock was spewed into the air, and it was heard 3,000 miles away. You could actually hear it 3,000 miles away, and it... Yes.
That's sounded like in Australia.
it reverberated around the world, the ripples of it, 7 times. It was a most extraordinary...
And wasn't Krakatoa was like the first global event that sort of was the news of which spread around the world.
We can see behind us Harper's Weekly. It was a media event for the first time. The island and volcano of Krakatoa, Strait of Sunda, submerged during the late eruption.
Yes.
When eventually a human party of people arrived at the site, they found one living creature, and I will give you 10 points if you can tell me the species.
Was it a spider that they
Yes!
found? It was a spider.
Absolutely marvellous. Everybody's on cracking form here. Wow. You really are doing superbly well.
What's the spider going? Oh, it's hot.
It was indeed. It was using 2 legs at a time. Anyway.
Like this.
So it was doing the washing up. Yes, it was. J and was used by the first man to row the Atlantic to attempt suicide.
Jizz.
Suicide by jizz.
Just on any level. I mean,
Jill the ferret had just sex star for 364 days. Attacked him in an erotic frenzy.
Yeah.
Jellyfish.
That's
something that
they do
that are in the sea.
You're right. We're slightly confusing. This happened to be the first man to row the Atlantic single-handed.
It wasn't while he was on the boat.
No. He was very extraordinary. As a child, he nicked a pistol from his scout troop leader and fired at his fellow scouts and was expelled from the scouting movement.
I've got a badge for it.
But then at age 13, he ran away from home to live in the jungle. And then in his early 20s, he met a pirate who taught him to be a pirate. And he pirated his way around the Caribbean, smuggling liquor and cigarettes and things. And then in 1969, January the 20th, he pushed off from the Canary Islands in a self-righting rowing boat and rowed all the way to Florida. It took him 180 days, and he was the first person to do that. But it was when he was in the jungle in South America that he despaired of his life, and so he wanted to be killed by something beginning with J.
Oh, is it a jaguar?
Is the right answer. A jaguar. Exactly.
So what did he do? Did he go out
in a meat skirt and a meat helmet and just wait there in the middle of the jungle waiting
Well, in a sense,
for
no, he just wound them up all night, like teasing them and taunting them.
You look a bit like a cougar, no one can tell the difference. You're a panther.
But the awful thing is, he kept a gun by his side in case he changed his mind, and as the jaguar attacked, he did change his mind and shot it dead, and then sold its skin.
Right.
So it was a bit, frankly, unfair on the
So he
jaguar.
didn't die?
So he was just lying.
But no,
basically lying.
But he really wanted to end his life, so he went out and
Well, he had a gun.
Aggravated. Yeah, I
You
know.
also had a spear.
I know. If you'd really
I
meant
just don't believe this bloke. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to kill myself, so I'm going to wait here for a big cat to arrive.
Sit here winding up jaguars for days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just doing it for attention.
Yes, I think so. The J part of it is that his name is John Fairfax, and if you look up who, you know, the first person to row the Atlantic single-handed was, it was John. Johnny Fairfax. Yes.
How did News International senior executive James Murdoch boast about the way the company was handling the scandal only a week ago?
Well, he said that they've contained the scandal and it's now in a box.
Yeah. Yes, he said, we were really able to put this problem in a box marked fuck-up.
He called him a mafia don.
Yeah.
Which isn't nice, is it?
Well, they were very upset about it, and they sent me a letter of complaint.
Really?
Pinned to a horse's head.
What happens to the rest of the horse? I mean, doesn't anyone ever get a horse's arse?
I suppose it must be for more minor misdemeanours, you know.
What, a horse's arse? I think it'd be worse than a horse's head. Wouldn't it? Waking up next to a horse's arse?
It's like... I
hope you notice there's something personal about that.
You might say that a horse's arse was more flirtatious, though.
Flirtatious?
That's an odd word to pick.
That's an interesting window into your life,
What, according to The Observer, did Rupert Murdoch do when Gordon Brown became PM and initiated an investigation into the phone hacking?
He phoned up number 10.
After the Guizy?
Yeah.
Their source was an ex-minister who wants to remain anonymous.
Do you think, though, that Murdoch could just ring up number 10 during your time there?
I know nothing.
You know nothing? Is that why you were in the cabinet?
So what did you think of him then?
What, Gordon?
Yeah, he was all right, wasn't he?
He was the Prime Minister.
Yeah. And you can't have a more ringing endorsement than that.
The news of the world may be dead, but its wretched ghost continues to haunt. The news of the world paid a private investigator to carry out surveillance on the hacking victim's lawyer, Mark Lewis, which involved following the ex-wife of Mr. Lewis and his teenage daughter as they visited a branch of Tesco. Well, if you're looking to intimidate someone, every little helps.
Oh, yes, this is the happy news of the mine has been released, although apparently viewers are getting rather fed up with the coverage because it's all rather similar. So the last 15 miners are going to be part of a lottery game where they're going to be holding up a number, and you... if you've got the number at home, it's your chance to win... Oh, what was that?
Somebody winning the lottery.
Oh, somebody winning the lottery.
You know what the sequence of events was for each rescued miner?
They got in the thing, and they took them out.
Yeah.
They got out of the thing.
Pretty much. According to the Times, the claustrophobic escape capsule takes 15 minutes to travel 700 metres. If you want to imagine what that's like, take a trip on the Northern Line. The 24-hour news channels have been enjoying this story, but there was just a hint that they might be running out of things to say. Let's have a look.
So far, the only miner to emerge from the tube with a beard.
Next, Peter Adams analyses Reginald's what?
It's got to be bonsai, isn't it?
Oak.
He analyses... Peter Adams analyses Reginald's tree and finds it isn't bonsai, it's just very far away.
No, it was bonsai. It was Peter Adams analyses Reginald's bonsai. Here's Peter Adams in Bonsai Focus. That's his actual size, obviously. Several celebrities own bonsai trees, such as Ronnie Corbett. He likes a bit of shade.
Does Tom Cruise have a bonsai as well?
Hey, don't slag Tom off, all right?
It was just a normal-sized tree.
Leave him alone, leave him alone. He's suffered enough.
Did you go and see him because you're going to have a remake of Twins, the Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger film?
You should remake all of Arnie's films, actually. It'd be
You have been well and truly rumbled
The
there.
Terminator.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I'm telling you that. I will be back. I'll bloody be back. I'll tell you that. I'll be back.
Big commando facing all those people. Oh, watch it, lads. Someone's going to get hurt.
Is there any other impressions you do other than me?
I do Tony Blair, but then I sound like him anyway.
Offend someone in Tony Blair's voice.
You know...
That's it, I'm offended.
Maria Miller's resignation attracted the usual bunch of renter quotes. What we've seen is a Prime Minister who clearly is totally disconnected with how the voters in Britain feel about MPs' expenses. That was Nigel Farage. The same Nigel Farage who in 2009 revealed that as an MEP he'd claimed in expenses £2 million of taxpayers' money.
And who was it? Who was it that brought up the issue of £2 million and me and taxpayers' money? Dennis McShane.
Yeah, he's in jail, but you're not.
Yes, I had noticed that.
Good.
Yes, well, as a tax-funded MEP, Nigel Farage is an equal opportunities employer. Some of our money has gone to his wife and some to his mistress. Or have I got that wrong?
That is allegedly, don't you? I think that is allegedly.
We can set the record straight right now.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you ought to say allegedly, quite honestly.
Can I say, as a member of the press, I think, you know, actors really are in need of a royal charter. I mean, that sort of allegation is pretty distressing. Right, is it true?
No, afraid not.
Not true at all?
Not true at all.
Any of the good bits?
There are good bits.
I'll tell you afterwards.
Right.
Well, let's have a look, shall we, at some of those revelations. Here is Nikki Sinclair, a former UKIP MEP, now representing the We Demand a Referendum party in the European Parliament. Take a close look at the reaction of the translator in the bottom left corner of the screen.
Does Mr Farage think it's a fair use of taxpayers' money, namely his secretarial allowance, not only to employ his wife Kirsten, but his former mistress Annabel Fuller? Is this a responsible use of taxpayers' money, Mr Farage?
Well, I would just say this to you, Chairman. This is somebody who hid under the cloak of parliamentary privilege to make those comments, and when asked to repeat them publicly, refused to do so.
Quite funny, though.
David Cameron was very rude about your people, wasn't he, Nigel?
Oh, he always is.
Yes, he said...
He can't help himself.
He can't help himself. He said they were all fruitcakes and loonies.
And loonies, and
yes.
worse. He said worse than that.
He did, right.
Extremists.
Extremists?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time... I think it's time for a game of fruitcake or loony. OK, everyone, fingers on your buzzers. I'll show you some UKIP party members. You have to buzz in and tell me whether they're a fruitcake or a loony. Here's the first one.
I don't know who he is.
Ian.
I'm just guessing.
Yep.
Fruitcake.
I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. He's a loony. He's a would-be UKIP councillor and loony John Sullivan, who wrote, "Regular physical exercise releases boys' tensions and thus avoided homosexuality." Which is quite right, Mr Sullivan, and that's why you'll never see a gay man down the gym. Fingers on buzzers, here's your next one. Nigel Farage, UKIP party.
This is a bit tricky, this one, because he's the treasurer and one of our biggest donors. And I wouldn't really like to call Stuart Wheeler either. I'll have to go for fruitcake.
Is the correct answer. You got it right. Yes. This is UKIP party treasurer Stuart Wheeler and fruitcake, who said that women had no place in the boardroom and couldn't compete with men at sports, even when they're not physically disadvantaged. He said, chess, bridge, poker, women come absolutely nowhere. I think that just has to be borne in mind. Final go, fruitcake or loony?
I don't know the chat.
No? Anyone?
I'm going to go for loony.
It's the wrong answer. It's actually a trick question. He's not a fruitcake nor a loony. He's a closet racist. At a public meeting about travellers, He said, the Romanians, they'll stick a knife in you as soon as look at you. His name is Rob Fraser.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Well, there you go. UKIP supporter.
Nice chap, buys his round.
We start with round one. Ian and Emily.
Oh, well, this is our great leader. And this is his tennis partner, Lord Levy. Could it be 2 hours of questioning after an anonymous tip-off from a neighbour on Downing Street?
That's right.
This chap, Assistant Commissioner Yates, went in, had a cup of tea, came out Lord Yates.
Absolutely right. It's about the cash for peerages.
It is. It's shocking.
It is shocking. It is
I mean,
shocking.
it's certainly not something you lot would do.
I'm not aware that David Cameron's...
You're not aware of anything, Mark.
I think it's a bit early for you to start in on me on this show, Ian. I think it's steady on.
Yeah.
Save it for later. Yeah. That's it. The answer is there was no lawyer in the room, which Downing Street is saying is very good news.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, it means he's not about to be charged.
And Adam Bolton was saying that it was a great step forward. And anyway, that's his point of view. And you know, who could
finish a sentence?
No.
Who could possibly
finish a sentence?
Who could possibly dissent from whatever Adam Bolton has said? Do you not also think, by the way, that it's a little bit rum that on this very day that Blair is being interrogated for selling cash or selling peerages,
Yes.
they put out the news about the tornado deal?
It is very, very smelly indeed.
Do a tornado for us, Boris. Just shake your head around.
No, a tornado is a type of plane.
Oh, thanks for doing that. I wouldn't know what you were talking about if you hadn't done that.
I thought you meant the West London tornado.
Sue was doing an impersonation of a meteorological phenomenon. The point that it is to do... Two very embarrassing stories have been submerged in the inquiry into the death of the princess.
Into these things.
The death of the princess as well.
Correct. So your conclusion is vote Conservative.
Well, I was going to save that one up.
I think you should get it out now while they're friendly.
All right, thank you. Wills and Harry have absolutely no interest in marching songs. They like soul songstress Joss Stone and a chap called Farrell. He's a hip-hop master mixer. And according to the Times...
Your shoulders moved when you said hip-hop.
That's what I meant to do, isn't it?
What, hip-hop?
Yeah. According to the Times, Farrell has been collaborating with Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake and Snoop Dogg.
You know they get you to read these out just to make you sound silly. You know that.
It's a pact of steel. This is the long-awaited report into the death of Princess Diana. Commenting on the role of the French security services, a spokesman for the Metropolitan
Can
Police
I say
said...
the word seamless comes to mind?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Bien, je jamais, as they say. Well, I thought it was quite good. Never mind that one. I like
Boris, you've disappeared. You've disappeared, Boris.
No, shush. Okay. Shush.
Yes, pump it up.
This.
Maximum pressure.
I can't.
Silence.
The engines can't take it, Captain. This Boris Johnson was never meant to be let loose on the humankind.
This.
I mean, she must have thought she was in France if she thought there was an A&E open.
In Blair's Britain, you have a very fair point. Yes, you're right. Why are you right?
The pump!
The rare condition is known as Susac syndrome. Other sufferers include Paris Hilton, who thinks she's a French hotel. I was trying to think of a way of bringing in my book.
What's your book called, Bob?
Well, since you mention it, here it is.
Have a look at it.
You can have a copy.
No, I didn't want a copy. I just want to have a look. I'm going to look up Princess Di in the index.
Very big
exactly
print,
right.
isn't it?
It's tremendous.
Can I just say, genuinely, I've turned to a page. It said, as soon as I see Bertha's rear end backing down towards me.
Never mind, you must listen. I don't want you to spoil it. I don't want you to spoil it.
This has been my first time in Sicily.
I don't want you to spoil it.
I wasn't used to the local alcohol.
The audience will want to find out about Bertha in their own good time, and I don't think it would be right.
Advancing upon me are the towering bay buttocks of the biggest horse I've ever seen. In a daze, I mount the stool.
Okay.
I wish I was making this up.
Thank you so much.
Tell
Thank
you
you
what,
very
it
much.
looks a bit classy on the outside.
Thank you.
Nothing but
Thank-
rancorous porn inside. Disgusting.
The 6th World Potato Awards took place this year in Idaho. Everyone who attends gets a potato clock. And by 9 o'clock, they're out of the house and on their way to the awards.
What?
What?
Everybody who attends gets a potato clock.
Gets a potato clock. Yeah,
Gets a potato clock. It's a
joke.
A potato clock.
Oh, one more time.
Shall we try that one again?
No! Yeah, try it again, try it again.
Everyone who attends gets a potato clock.
Better.
And when they've got their potato, when they've got a potato
Okay,
clock...
a potato clock.
When they've
yes.
got a potato clock, they have
Yes.
breakfast. Right, OK, got it. OK, on. Very good. 3 million bees, what?
Pretend to be a policeman. They all get together in the shape of a man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good evening, sir. I believe you've got honey in the house. Knock on the door. The ones with more confidence do the speaking.
Yeah.
No.
Don't look at your watch in the middle of it.
Get a grip.
It saps them around to see you looking at the watch. I'm trying to make that
Well,
go
listen,
along.
I just think if we're so nearly there, if we can just
Yes.
limp over the finishing line.
Great. Can I just say...
I'm talking about...
What an inspirational leader you've been to.
And we will be victorious. I'm not
Yes.
saying that-
I
The
think,
art-
I think
perhaps
that
they would
should
help-
be the next Tory slogan. Let's just limp over the finishing line.
No, we are going to... I don't care. I want you to know, Ian, I do not care by what means we get over the finishing line, provided we get over it first.
So does that include corruption?
This is a proud 10-foot conifer. Alan Parkin has clipped a fir tree into a hum.
Into a what?
Into a hum.
A hum. This is what we classical tapiarists call it. It's called a hum. That is a hum.
That's a knob. It's not like another ball.
It is a hum.
Where's the testicles? In the letterbox?
No. In the ancient world, that was called a hum. It disappeared one night, but then the owner discovered it buried in next door's bush. Dr. Phil, what's happening to fat people in Ipswich?
They roll into Norwich.
They're being denied various operations, including hip and knee replacements. It's a fantastic route for cutting the waiting list as a stroke. You just deny any treatment to fat people, and you have no waiting list.
Is
I
it
can't go, "Well, hey, look, the waiting lists have gone down.
I can't work out from your answer whether you're pro or anti-fat people.
I'm very anti not treating them. You know,
You're very anti, still very pro-treating
the
fat
human
people,
condition. We're all brought down by our own foibles and failures, aren't we, Boris? And
Oh, you're on the right track. This certainly relates to the exciting contest to discover who is going to be Britain's next Prime Minister. Now,
And we all know it's going to be you, Boris.
we all know it's just... Very kind of you to say, Ian. We all know it's going to be David Cameron. If anybody out there...
but he's a good friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yes.
have you come out for him, Boris? You've come out for Cameron.
I think everything in the past should be forgotten, like Cameron.
I think he's going to be terrific. Now, I'm asked to ask you some questions.
Is he going to give you a job?
Say
Sorry,
again?
let me ask the questions, Boris.
No, I'm sorry. I asked the questions. The question I have to ask you is what happened? No, it's you. What happened? I know you didn't.
I can see you as Shadow Home Secretary. Bowman, well, who are you?
I put it to my honourable opponent.
Yes.
Boris, what is a pink pussy, do we know?
It's a kind of drink,
I
according
know,
to
but
you.
what's in it?
What's in it?
I don't
My
know.
guess is alcohol.
Have you ever had anything like that?
No, well, no. Have you?
No, not to my knowledge.
Have you snorted cocaine?
I tried to, but
You've tried to snort cocaine?
unsuccessfully a long time ago.
Sorry.
I don't want to go any further.
Were you using a vacuum cleaner? Were you using a vacuum cleaner?
No, I sneezed.
Right.
So the four people around you took cocaine because you went...
And David Cameron
There was
went,
only
"Hey!"
a very small quantity. It was a long, long time ago. I think it's probably a totally disgusting and ridiculous thing to do. And what else can I say about it?
Sounds
very,
good.
very, 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 very wrong and bad.
I think you're commendably honest, actually, Boris. You are.
Yes,
You're far too honest to be a politician.
I think recklessly honest is that my anyway, listen, I think we should move off this, this subject.
And so, to round 2, the strengthometer of news. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's the first one.
That's a cake, isn't it? This is the Great British Bake Off winner, that is. So there was talk about there being some misogyny. Some people on the internet were very harsh about some of the contestants, I believe. Go on, what is it now?
We were just going to tell you who the people were. The gentleman on the left is Monsieur Raymond Blanc, the television chef, and he tweeted what appeared to be a sarcastic remark about the winner 24 hours before the winner was announced, and possibly spoilt the whole competition.
But he got it wrong, because it wasn't the winner.
Indeed, he said, you know, French is my second language. Theresa May then phoned up and said, oh, you're some froggy waller, are you? Well, get out, get out.
This is what he tweeted. The Great British Bake Off, not much skills, female tears, and a winner so thin who makes me doubt her love for great cooking, baking. Who did that text refer to?
It referred to Ruby.
That's Ruby.
Ah, yes.
But you can't really tell how thin she is there, because she could have, like, a really massive body under there. Must have more photos of myself taken from that height.
And this is the winner.
Francis. Right. And a lot of Bake Off fans were furious. Yeah. What did former finalist Mary-Anne Boermans compare the situation to? Do you know?
No.
The end of the Crimean War.
She said it was like someone saying Snape killed Dumbledore before you've read the book.
Good grief.
Have you all read
Harry
Potter?
Yeah. Oh, no! My children and grandchildren are watching this. You've just ruined 7 people's childhood.
Well, good. Let's see what Frances said about her personality. My key ingredients are a dollop of randomness, a teaspoon of wonder, a pinch of eccentricity, a drop of serendipity, a handful of curiosity, a fluid ounce of fun, and a cup of cold sick. So, this is the grand final of Bake Off, which I watched this week. It was contested by 3 female cooks, which is odd because I happen to know for a fact that the best bakers are all male, and they're all called Greg. One of the finalists, Ruby Tando, received a lot of coverage for her looks. She complained, saying, if I see one more person use the pun doe-eyed, I will personally go to their house and force-feed them an entire Charlotte Royale. Ruby, you're doe-eyed. Yeah. That's dough with an O-U-G-H. If I'm not at home, leave it with my neighbour. Thank you.
It's now time for the odd one out round. Just one between you this week. Ming the mollusk, Glenn Greenwald's phone, Bert Kwok, and the E. coli 0157.
Well, I think it's called Ming the mollusk because it's 500 years old and dates back to the Ming dynasty. And scientists found it, didn't know how old it was, killed it.
Killed it.
Yeah. And then discovered it was the oldest animal that I think has ever lived.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can get ill from eating those. Yeah. E. coli can make you ill.
Absolutely. Bert Kwok, is it the actor or is it the part he's playing there in the Pink Panther films as Kato? It's the actor.
It's the part.
It's
he's
the
playing
part.
Kato.
Give us a clue.
Yeah.
Containing the answer. Oh, cold. Cold.
Oh, right, OK. Yes, Kato was hidden in a fridge.
Yes.
He was hiding in a fridge in one of the films, shot in the dark, I think, and he comes, bang. So it's about people being put in fridges. The mollusk was should have been put in a fridge and it would have survived. Kato jumped out of a fridge, he was all right. The E. coli bacteria is all right if you freeze it, and it's the bloke with the phone.
His phone was
the
hidden
fridge
in the
thing
fridge.
was right. Everything else was wrong, but
Yeah,
I'm still going to give you a point because I feel like we should move on.
No, but the other one out was Glenn Greenwald's phone.
No, it wasn't. Stop taking over. You can do that on your radio show, which is on at 3:30.
Have you got a radio show?
Mondays 2 p.m.
I'm going to write that down.
the odd one out is Ming the mollusk.
Ming the mollusk?
All the others have survived a stint in the freezer, except for Ming the mollusk, who died.
OK.
Glenn Greenwald,
Yes.
the former Guardian journalist who was involved in the publication of the intelligence emails leaked by Edward Snowden, regularly used to put his phone in the freezer. Why would he do that?
He was worried it would be bugged.
Or security, yes. There's an even more effective place you can put your phone to stop anyone hacking it. Any ideas?
Is that News International HQ?
A martini shaker.
Oh, OK.
E. coli 0157, one of the nastiest strains of E. coli, can survive in the fridge or the freezer. How old were you when you first got colonised by an E. coli bacterium, Janet?
Funnily enough, I had amoebic dysentery when I was 7. And I was actually in hospital.
How on earth did you get that? I thought that was...
I got it in Fulham. I grew up quite near you, Paul.
Yes.
I think it's something you sent from Fulham Palace Road to my road.
I used to send out those parcels all the time.
Ming the mollusk was an ocean quahog, a type of clam. How easy is it to date a clam?
Well, you have to get them drunk first.
There's an app called Chowder.
Yeah.
You need to watch out for chlamydia, though. It's quite... No, I've never dated a clam before.
No.
Pulled a few muscles. But if nothing else, this story brought out a certain solidarity amongst headline writers. What do you think The Independent, The Mirror and The Mail all went with for their headline?
Clam dead after 500 years. No, that wouldn't be very good, would it? Shuts.
Clam shut. Clam shell, clam shut, clam...
Tears. Cry.
Yes. Clam claps mime artist.
No! Are you taking the piss? You know what it is now.
No. You do! This is what stupid people look like.
I've never seen anyone worse at charades than you.
No. That is a very good clam mime.
We got the clam bit.
Oh, sorry. The sad bit, the sorrow. What would happen? Oh, damn, it's such a...
A shame.
Crocodile.
What a shame!
Calamity!
How calamity, Ian!
No, that's terrible.
No, Ian, it's obviously terrible. It's a calamity. I'm not mad, am I? You all got that.
What were the tears for? How would that lead us to calamity as a
That
pun?
was useless.
Right, you're all going. You can be the panellist now. Come on.
This is the most powerful number. 7. Is that right? They did a survey. I must have read this somewhere.
They have. They've done a survey, and 7 is the world's favourite number.
Ah, favourite number.
Yes. Alex Bellos asked 44,000 people to submit their favourite number, and 7 proved the most popular. He describes it as the loner, the outsider, the Nigel Farage of the number 1. Shall we go through the top 10 world's favourite numbers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What's at number 1? Number 10, sorry.
So, number 10, what do you think?
Number 9's number 10.
Nope.
Number 8's number 10.
No.
Number 10's number 10.
No.
Number 1.
No.
2.
No, all numbers are available.
Oh, 128.
No, at number 10, the 10th most popular number is, in fact, 11. At 9...
It's 10.
No.
40.
No.
21.
No.
100.
At number 9 is the number 2. 2. The most popular number in 8th position is 6. At 7, the 7th most popular number is 9, and the 6th most popular number is 13. OK, here's the top 5.
This is going to be on Channel 4 for a whole evening. There'll be some talking heads in a minute. What do you think of 6? Yeah, love it.
I've always liked 5 because it's a working class number. That's what I like about 5. Well, I think that 3, for me, I mean, when I was first growing up, I thought 3 was a magnificent... Oh, sorry. I've started auditioning. Sorry. Where am I?
But let's firstly complete the top 5.
Yeah.
At number 5 is 5.
Yeah,
And number 4 is 4.
Yes.
And number 3 is 8.
Oh.
At number 2...
1.
Is 3.
3.
The magic number, and of course 7 is the top one at number 1. But the study did ask people to describe the numbers between 1 and 10. 2 was thought to be cautious, wise, fragile and sympathetic. How do you think 3 was described?
Nostalgic, sexy, unreliable.
3 is pretentious.
Oh, God.
4, according to the people who responded to the survey, is laid back and a rogue. Yeah, this is absolute bollocks, isn't it?
Nigel Forage.
According to the Daily Telegraph, in musical terms, the song is an unlikely combination of choral and rap, known as crap.
I think I'd rather like that. What? Zadok.
Really good.
You'll never guess what I just imagined. I imagined that was empty.
It's the best reaction I've ever got out of Paul.
You've never said before. Oh, well, that's guaranteed that to be in, otherwise you won't explain this to anybody. Oh, dear.
Fingers on buzzers teams for the next one.
Have they shut the Humber Bridge to stop people going to Hull?
Stop people going to Hull?
Yeah.
They don't want any more tourists. They've got enough.
Maybe they're trying a new slogan, Hull, one letter different from hell. Could be it, couldn't it?
Well, you're in the right neighbourhood. Both of you in the right neighbourhood.
John Prescott's from Hull, or he's MP for Hull.
Yeah.
That's why they just close Hull.
Yes. He's not an MP anymore, is he? Other than being no, he's
Member of the House of Lords.
Oh right, he's a lord in Hull as well.
Is he the Lord of Hull?
Well, I don't know.
I am the Lord of Hull.
It is to do with Hull, but it's actually The Economist magazine. They have a very specific view on Hull.
It should be shut down. Is that what they...
Absolutely right, yes. The Economist magazine thinks that the city should be closed down along with Burnley, Middlesbrough and Hartlepool.
Closed down?
Just closed down.
Why?
The Economist described any efforts to save struggling northern communities as misguided. You lived in Leeds, didn't you?
Yeah, I was born in Leeds.
You were born in Leeds?
Yeah.
Should they close that down?
Leeds is doing very well. It's
Is it doing
thriving.
well? Have you heard of Leeds, Ian?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a football team in Leeds, isn't there?
There is. Leeds United. Yeah.
You see? Local knowledge.
Paul, any view on Leeds?
So good they named it once.
Yes, this is The Economist magazine's plan to shut Hull. Grim, dull and uninspiring. The Economist comes out every week.
Paul and John, here's another for you.
Oh, cricket, obviously, black and white. The Pope. Yes, what's that, the Holy Beach Ball of Lords? What's that? Nuns. At least one of them's a man, I can see from here. The Vatican's got its own cricket team.
It has. Do you know what they're called?
The Angels, the Saints, the Pope's cricket team, the Vatican 11.
They're called the St Peter's Cricket Club. And if you ask for an LBW decision, they'll deny you 3 times, apparently. Yes, get those references in. Yes, sorry, Giles. What does the Pope think of it?
Yeah, they have 6-day matches, but never 7.
The Pope is really into football.
He is indeed, as we can see here in this photo. Oh, bollocks, it's not coming. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm being quite unprofessional tonight. It's hormones, everyone. It's not really. I haven't got any hormones in my body anymore, thank God. My husband's pleased. I haven't assaulted him for months. Do you know what Father Theodore Mascarenhas, the Vatican Cricket Club president, had to say? By the way, to give you a clue, he's an Indian spin bowler and he moves the ball in a mysterious way. Sorry. Well, he said, we hope that one day we will be able to translate silly mid-off into Latin. Want to have a crack at that, Giles?
My Latin is terrible. For years I thought in loco parentis meant my dad's an engine driver.
Julius Caesar used to tell that one.
Right, Paul and Marcus.
It's a woman being inflated on the beach.
Yeah, that's the girl who was accused of being a Russian spy because she went out with a politician. They found she wasn't a Russian spy, she was just a Russian.
Yep, you're quite right.
They thought she was a spy. She used to go into the House of Commons canteen and say, "These sausages are rather cold for this time of year." Sort of, you know, the seagull flies high above Krakow. It sounded like secret messages.
I think they actually thought she was a spy because she made a beeline for a member of the Liberal Democratic Party.
So not very well informed, then?
No. They thought, what other reason could there possibly be?
It's phoning the Kremlin going, they are going to make corduroy compulsory.
Indeed, this is Katya Zyuteleviter, who had...
I know, you bet you've practised that, haven't you?
Конечно.
Yeah, it was very good.
That's all my Russian.
That's very good. You just learned her name and that was it?
No, конечно. I just said of course.
Bless you. Oh, of course as well, blimey.
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Кирсти. Как тебя зовут?
Oh! Very good. Very good.
Hold on a minute, I just want to ring MI5.
Yeah, exactly. You're filling for the oldest trick in the book. We invited you onto this show. This show's not going out this week. These are cardboard figures. That's not Charles Brandy, that's a puppet. For the Muppet Show. It was.
Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication Reg Transfers, the magazine for the world of personal number plates. And we start with Simon Cowell reveals what?
Reveals his number plate.
You probably can't see Simon Cowell's number plate for all the cigarette smoke billowing around his pregnant girlfriend. Did you see? There were pictures of... Did you not see that?
People smoking?
There's a picture of him in a car, fagging away, pregnant girlfriend in the passenger seat.
Unbelievable. I thought he was evil before, but...
Simon Cowell reveals his baby name choice is Simon.
Oh.
The baby's due in February. Simon Cowell's already got a high chair, some tiny clothes and a booster seat. All he needs now is to get some stuff for the baby. Next, Cornelius Gurlitt has been hiding what?
Is it complete as it is? Just been hiding.
That's the Nazi art.
Masterpieces, yeah.
I will give you that. Cornelius Gurlitt has been hiding secret Nazi art stash.
Yeah.
All the paintings were confiscated in the early 1940s, or as art historians call it, Hitler's angry period. Next, in Essex, we all have what?
Automatic weapons. An intrinsic knowledge of our local area. Personalised number plates.
Personalised plates.
Yeah.
There we are, yes. In Essex, we all have personal plates. I wanted my initials on my car, but I didn't fancy splashing out in a personalised number plate, so I just bought a second-hand AA van. Brilliant. Next, police dogs will receive what?
I know this.
Go on, then.
Pensions. They're going to get pensions.
Pensions?
Absolutely right.
And rightly so.
Yeah.
Rightly so.
Yeah.
I can't believe nobody said truncheon meat.
Now, they did. That response is the reason why nobody did.
Next, George W. Bush planning what?
A gallery, an exhibition.
Yeah.
He's going to open an exhibition.
Yeah, but that's almost there, yes. He's planning to paint a series of... He's planning to paint a... Oh, Lord.
George W. Bush planning to paint portrait
series of world leaders.
God, we used to accuse him of not being able to read.
Yeah. According to the Telegraph, he is also known to dabble in landscapes, as the people of Iraq know only too well. And finally, David Suchet admits to what when playing Poirot?
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah. What is it?
Yes, he's got a penny up his arse, hasn't he? So it helps him mince the walk.
You're absolutely right, yep. David Suchet admits to clenching a penny between his buttocks when playing Poirot.
Which he learned from Laurence Olivier.
Yeah.
Who I think had more than pennies up his arse at one stage.
Right down to the line, Godfrey.
Sorry. I know you won't ask me back.
So at the
Telegraph, thousands of people lining the streets have given the relay a carnival feel. For example, someone dressed as a cod and another as a chip in Falmouth. You Brits really know how to put on a show,
You wait till you see our opening ceremony.
There'll be hundreds of chips.
6 or 7 cod.
Boris in a giant cod costume.
This is the Olympic torch, which is boldly going where no Olympic torch has gone before. Namely, yes, I agree with you. Namely, Turo and Il Fracum.
Sounds deeply sexual. Kind of like a cigar advert.
Have you been to Il Fracum?
I have.
The place is laced with prostitution.
That's their new slogan now.
That's right. Come and get laid in Il Fracum.
Ian and Max,
Yes.
here's another for you.
Oh, good. It's a train? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a proper train. That's the two heads. That's better than one. But not in this case. It's about investment and infrastructure, yes. Well, you know, they're building this enormous boondoggle up north, Ian, and they're...
Is that a technical term?
Yes, boondoggle. It's economics is called big frickin' waste of money. And, you know, if you really want to connect the country and get the economy going, give everyone free access to broadband.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer to take the train.
You can't get to Birmingham fast enough.
You can in your virtual self.
Impossible.
Yeah, so this is the wise investment / catastrophic waste of billions of taxpayers' money that
Because
is...
the Labour Party have decided
Yes.
now, it was their idea originally to do it, but now that the Tories want to do it, they don't want to do it anymore.
And did you hear the actual words of the dire warning from the government about the consequences if Labour do not? And
No, I'd like to hear you say it.
The precise words were years and years of gridlock, weekend cancellations, hellish journeys and replacement bus services. It's just hard to imagine what that would be like, isn't it? Do you know this week's figure of how much it's going to cost?
I think it's 130 zillion.
The government's current budget is 50 billion, although one independent study says it's going to cost 80 billion.
But you've got Mark Carney now as the Bank of England. He can just print it. Just print 80 billion. Just print it. That's fine. That's what he does. That's what he's there for. Print more money. Doesn't matter if it's 100 billion, 200 billion. Just print.
No downside to that?
Well, unless you include inflation. As long as you don't mind paying extra for energy and food, it's okay. Just keep printing money.
OK, let's have the train.
Bail out the banksters. Bail out. Just print money, it's fine. You put the money in the train and take it to Birmingham.
Listen, Max, 1 hour, 20 minutes to Birmingham. It's too long. More like an hour. Too long. I got stuff to do in Birmingham.
Very busy. Very busy man.
I got concrete to pour.
Yeah.
Doesn't pour itself, you know.
It doesn't.
Doesn't pour itself.
I don't care how many billions it costs. That shaves 20 minutes off of me getting to Birmingham and pouring concrete.
And so to round two, the strengthometer of news. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's the first one.
It's the London Marathon. There was a row with the Guinness Book of Records about whether this nurse should get a record for doing the shortest time dressed as a nurse. And Guinness said she doesn't look like a nurse, because I think the people at Guinness had perhaps been watching different videos of nurses than the training ones now on offer. And she rightly appealed this, and she now is the quickest nurse in the business. I mean, this is your area, so, I mean, you must know.
Well, yes, it is my area, kind of.
You held your
Obviously not running. I did do a walk from Hull to Liverpool for sport relief. Yeah, that was pretty amazing, because that was like 20 miles a day for a week. And they did tell me that I would burn 6,000 calories a day. Unfortunately, I ate 9,000 a day. This nurse is called Jessica Anderson, and you were right. She was wearing trousers, OK? As you said, she was ineligible. Because that's
she was wearing
not
scrubs,
what...
wasn't
Scrubs,
she?
that's right, yeah. According to Guinness, the guidelines said a proper nurse's uniform should include a pinafore and a cap. When did they write those rules? 1850s? Actually, the Daily Mail helpfully provided us with a photo of a marathon-running nurse that falls within Guinness guidelines. Here we are. What actually made them change their mind about her world record?
Didn't she appeal?
She did. She pointed out the inherent sexism, and they released a statement saying, our guidelines were outdated, incorrect, and reflected a stereotype we do not in any way wish to perpetuate. even though they just did. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Am I meant to be doing this again? I've kind of...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we've still got a bit more of this,
Yeah,
haven't we? Thanks, Paul.
No, we like seeing it.
Oh, what? Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
that was completely out of sync.
Yeah, that was
No, wait.
terrible.
Hang on.
Hang on.
No.
That was quite bad.
That was quite bad. You'd have to do it all again.
This is a shambles.
Hang
We
on.
might as well be
What's going on,
politicians.
Steve? We can't replace them now. What are you talking about? Too late. Put the hammer down.
My husband often says that to me. OK. Fingers on buzzers, teams.
This is a story about someone who stole a piece of Stonehenge. And you'd have thought they would have noticed. I mean, look, there he is. Wasn't very subtle about it. He kept it and he took it to America and he's finally returned it because after all these decades, he's got bored of a bit of stone.
His name's Robert Phillips. He stole it in the 1950s when a restoration team drilled metal supports into some of the stones to keep them in position. He's just turned 90. Kept it as a memento. Why is he returning it after 60 years?
Was he sick of cars slowing down in front of his house to have a look?
He was worried about what would happen to it after his death. The sarsen stone... Don't ask me what a sarsen stone is, it just says it's a type
One of the stones. They're different types. The standing ones and sarsen ones.
Top ones.
What a dork.
You're not denying it.
That's a completely different type of stone, which is around the perimeter.
Do you like Stonehenge?
I love Stonehenge. I used to go there when you could go up there and help in the building.
And we start with the bigger election stories of the week. Ian and Romesh, take a look at this.
Trying to get out of the country. No, this is the race to get the first result in while people are still awake.
So woman can't count? Just devastated. Ed Miliband looking chilled out.
They're shouting at him.
Oh, so relaxed. You're an immigrant? No.
This is the throne.
The legend.
This way. And it's the winner.
I hate you.
Oh, there's balance. These are all people who've gone. Liberals, Hughes, poor old Danny Alexander.
Have I won?
No. No, he stayed in as punishment. And then it's goodbye. It was quite exciting because everyone said it was unpredictable, meaning they got it wrong. So we had this exit poll when we came out, which more or less told you what the result would be, which is a Tory win, except they'd understated the win. And then everyone spent the rest of the evening going, well, if this poll's right... Oh, God, it is right.
I'm just going to step to see if the exit poll's right. I know. I've stayed up for no reason. Okay.
They had Paddy Ashdown on the beginning of the evening saying, if that exit poll's right, I'm going to eat my hat. Typical Lib Dem. The end of the evening, they gave him a hat. Did he keep his promise?
You're absolutely right, Ian.
It was the election.
Yeah, it was.
It was the election.
It was the election.
Oh, I think we've nailed that question. Now, fingers on buzzers, teams.
This is Jamie Oliver. He's got into trouble because he's come up for a recipe for paella, which the Spaniards don't agree is paella, and so he's got into trouble because of that.
Because he's added chorizo.
Chorizo.
Uh-oh, chorizo.
Yeah.
Bad. I don't know what that is.
Plus, some people don't find it very appetising because it's got a picture of his face right in the middle of it.
Some of the abuse was pretty bad, eh? They said, why don't you go and make chicken nuggets out of your own fingers?
Yeah, a Spanish man, Antonio Villarreal, tweeted, my version of fish and chips combines aubergine with duck. And one Daily Mail commenter added, Jamie, I voted for Brexit because you said you would leave the country if we won. Why are you still here? But why? Why are people so angry?
This is cultural appropriation, which, you know,
But
essentially...
I've had chorizo in paella in Spain. In lots of the... Like,
yeah,
lots
but
of times.
you are not allowed to say this is my recipe for paella because you're not Spanish. Like, if you cook spaghetti bolognese, anyone who cooks it tonight is guilty of cultural appropriation. The only thing we are allowed to cook is fish fingers. That That is Britain in Brexit future.
You should just have called it Paella a la Gibraltar, and then... No, your wife is Spanish.
Yes.
What would happen if you put a bit of chorizo in the paella?
Oh, well, there are very strict rules of what should and shouldn't go into a paella. And
Finally, something Nick's expert on.
Can anyone tell me what Jamie has named his newborn son?
Is it food-related?
Yeah.
Basil.
Oh, non-stick frying pan.
George Foreman.
According to the Register of Members' Interest, William is top of the league table of cash in terms of money earned through work which is dependent on their status as an MP. Who are the top three?
Him, Anne Widdecombe.
Yep.
George Galloway.
Correct.
And then you're fourth, aren't you?
Yeah. If there is a rise in violent crime, how will the government react?
It'll have a crackdown.
No,
That's what it tends to do. One day it liberalises the laws, the next day it says, crackdown. Don't drink, drink. Our government is like one of those lights. Smoke, don't smoke.
Well, actually, I have an idea. You could actually have a drink called binge. Why doesn't someone market a drink called binge?
Is it because you see headlines that say binge drinking kills?
I think health secretary probably for you, Boris. I think you're right. You put a market down there.
Why don't you be health secretary? Let's have a vote.
All right, it's a bad idea.
Stick to your policies.
No, what we were just having was a focus group, and... Never mind, stagger on. This is the relaxation.
That's a good policy.
This is the...
Worked for the Tories for 200 years.
And believe me, it'll work again. This is the relaxation of Britain's licensing laws. The Independent pointed out, Britons are the third heaviest drinkers in Europe, behind the Finns and the Irish. So, come on, chaps, we can do it. And so to round two, and it is a welcome return for the Have I Got News For You Wheel of Fortune. No, we're not Wheel of Fortune, Wheel of News. The Wheel of News, this is it.
That was so smoothly done, wasn't it?
This is the Wheel of News. Now,
who needs rehearsals?
Ian and Phil, get a grip. You get the first spin. Oh, it's a yellow chap.
That's what Bush said when he met the Prime Minister of China.
Next, what's blamed on hairy armpits?
Global warming.
Is it low French birth rate? Actually, you've got quite a lot of people like that there, haven't you?
Funny.
Hairy armpits. Boys, your batteries are running out.
Hairy...
It's true. It's true. We've done an experiment. We've done an experiment. There's another Boris behind us playing the drums like that. Because he's on the battery.
The answer is Jim Bannerman was asked to leave a gym because his hairy armpits might ruin the equipment. The fitness fanatic said, if you can't sweat at a gym, where can you sweat? This is a jolly good question. They want me to make another joke about
the
Liverpool,
Autocue says when waiting to do an interview with Radio Liverpool.
Which I regret.
So we just do this thing now where Boris will just do some retakes just for editing purposes, so it's nearly over, but it'll be just a few minutes. You can tell from how well it's going to go by where we have to start picking up from the show.
On Ian Hislop's team...
Is no matter how long this goes on, the pubs will still be open. Are you a rugby fan, Boris?
I am, yes.
Are
yes,
you?
I am. Yes.
Did you play the game at Eton?
I did, yes, I did. I did.
Did
you play?
At Eton, no.
Didn't we play you?
Yes, you did
have an away match.
Yes, Eton played me once at rugby.
Did you beat us?
35 points to 2, I beat you.
I'm not surprised. You are, anyway, Paul is quite correct. It is all about the rugby celebration. I said that already, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
Now, can I ask you, I wonder...
A marvellous moment of self-awareness there, Boris. Yes, you had said that before. But it's a very good answer. OK, moving on. Ian and Rick, here's your one.
The England team had their picture taken with the Queen, after which skipper Martin Johnson said, "It'll be a unique picture with that dog in it." a bit more respect, chaps. Taking tea at the palace, Johnny Wilkinson declared, "Being on the bus was one of the greatest moments of my life." To which the Queen replied, "What's a bus?" So I'm anti-royal, anti-royal.
You're rather unfair. I'm sure she's been on a bus.
She has.
Any room upstairs? Yeah, up she goes.
Ian...
But Boris, you're complaining as if you're not the one reading it out.
Well, this is a bit like the Queen's speech, this whole event, isn't it, really, I feel? Anyway...
You just read it out.
Just, you know, I'm Her Majesty's loyal government. Ian and Rick...
Well, if you read something out that you don't agree with, could you give us, like, a visual signal?
Well, I gave you a sort of vague indication.
Yeah, just wave your hand.
Yeah, just wave. Or make a whistling sound.
The Queen could do that
she could.
during the Queen's speech, couldn't she?
Well, she did,
We'll
actually,
abolish fox hunting.
Well, I don't think Her Majesty would do that. Now...
No.
Now, did you also notice that a particularly shocking photograph this week appeared in The Guardian, which I hope we're going to be able to bring to you now. There you go. And if you study this photograph very closely, there's something particularly emetic about it. And I want you to tell me what it is.
Has he got the seatbelt between his legs by accident?
No, it's Gordon Brown sitting very unusually for him in the back of his...
He's got a red tie on. Is that what worries you?
No, there's something behind him. Can you see what it is?
It's a teddy bear.
Yeah.
Why is that emetic? He's got a small child.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Well, there's another photograph. Well, I don't know.
I hate to question your editorial judgment, Boris, but that strikes me as not too bad.
You think that's quite heartwarming, do you?
I was neither warmed nor cooled by it. It's just
Why does he have a teddy bear in the back of, you know, a pool limo, which is taking him to the pre-budget report?
Well, presumably, if the child is ever in the limo, he can get the bear out. I'm sure on your bike you've got a selection of soft toys ready for any of your many children to hop on the handlebars.
All right. Well, I'm
for a
actually...
trip up Trafalgar Square with Daddy to meet some friendly policemen.
Well, anyway... I'm delighted, really, that you know you're less stony-hearted than I am. Really, I sort of thought it was a bit much because it struck me. Maybe I'm too cynical, but I thought it was a bit odd that a 2-month-old baby should have a teddy bear, and that this teddy bear should mysteriously turn up in the back of his father's car as he was on his way to.
Has it occurred to you that
maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe it's my fault for not having given my children enough teddy bears.
I think you were too busy.
Did you have a teddy bear when you were young?
Well, that'd be ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can only see half of the parcel shelf. The baby could be on the other half.
The bear could be an asylum seeker.
All right. Well, anyway, there you go. It's obvious that the bear picture attracts widespread support.
Yeah.
You're
meant to be not the nasty party.
Total flop, that. Yeah, well, I just thought it was a bit of spin, but there you go. You obviously like it. There you go. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I retreat in disorder on the bear front. Well done. You're dead right.
You know how they used to have men with red flags walking in front of cars?
Well, yes.
Yes.
I've heard of such
I don't remember it.
Oh!
What a trick.
Because they never did.
They're not?
They never did, no. They had a Red Flag Act, which was a little bit earlier, and it meant if you were in a steam...
He tricks you now. It doesn't feel like it's a question.
A steam bus.
It feels like it's in the conversation.
I know. Yeah. It was a trap. It was a wicked trap. I'm very ashamed of myself.
So nobody ever had to follow a car? I've
No.
seen a drawing of somebody doing it.
The
I know
Red Flag
drawings
Act
aren't necessarily real.
I saw a drawing of a unicorn once.
Yes, yeah.
The Red Flag Act of 1865 required men known as stalkers to walk 60 yards in front of a vehicle.
60 yards?
Yes, carrying a red flag. But it lasted
Miles
in
it's back there, it's coming.
It lasted in 1878. So it was only relevant to traction engines and steam buses. From 1878 to 1896, the flag was optional, And in 1896, it was abolished, and by then there were no more than 80 cars in the UK. So there was never a time when cars were preceded by red flags in the UK.
Gérard de Nerval.
No, one vote. Gérard de Nerval was a fascinating man.
He was.
Very much enjoyed the way you said that.
Je suis le veuf. L'un compte.
And he also famously had a pet lobster, Gérard de Nerval.
He did, indeed.
Who we used to take for walks on a lead.
Vite, vite, monsieur! Monsieur Clicky!
Stay with it, stay with it, stay with it.
Allons-y!
Stay with it, because it's good.
Non.
T'es fatigué?
Non! Allez-y! Tu vas manger quelque chose? L'eau! S'il vous plaît, l'eau! Non! Non, pas de l'eau. Non, de l'artichoke.
I never thought I'd see the day when Bill Bailey force-fed Gérard de Nerval's lobster. One of these words on this board has 28 separate meanings. And I'm going to put those meanings up, and you tell me which word it is. Back passage, vagina, penis, jobby.
Jollocks.
Jobby, you think? Jigger. We're getting a lot of jiggering from the audience. Ouija
It
board,
must be jigger.
Golf
It must
club.
be jigger.
Jigger is the right answer. I'm going to share 5 points with Victoria and 5 points with the audience. The word jigger has all those definitions. It's a measuring device, a jigger of rum.
Yes.
A snooker rest, an odd-looking person, Bill. Sorry, I'm just an odd-looking person. A distillery.
Don't say vagina and then point to me.
Penis.
Again.
And woman's coat. That's a nice thingamy.
You see,
Door,
now,
pulley.
people do complain that there aren't any good words for vagina. There's no way of saying it that sounds nice. Jigger is not the answer.
I think Twinkle Cave. It's a less offensive term for a foo-foo.
So jigger is back passage, vagina, penis.
Well, that's confusing
flea,
right there.
straight away.
Just stick it in the jigger. What?
Yeah.
We're going to have to be more specific.
About jigger 1 or jigger 2?
It's also a golf club, so if you ask your caddy, do you think I should pull my jigger out for this job? What do you think?
Yeah, get your jigger out, rest it on your jigger, stick it in my jigger, mind the jigger.
What about Ouija board? You're at a party and let's all put our fingers together on your jigger. It's moving. Is it doing that by itself, or are we making...
Potter's wheel. That was what they used to put on the TV when they ran out of programmes.
Yeah.
Just put the jigger on. Not that one!
Anyway.
A revolving jig. No.
Certain words do double duty, certain words do triple duty. Words like... who's this? What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy, windy... Amy Johnson is the right answer. Very good. There she is. That's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
Flew
all
across America.
Cocker Brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia?
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding?
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an airplane and first flew...
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became, obviously, incredibly good at it. So, yes, now then, talking of flight, I want you all to do a jolly jape now, which is make a dart, a paper dart. And see, the person who can throw it the furthest wins.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There are various kinds you could do. Just try the type you did at school. And obviously, take your time as quickly as you can.
The thing is, I'm going to make one in the way we used to make them at school, knowing full that they didn't fly very well.
Well, some people were good at it and some people weren't. Interesting to see how well you're doing.
Precision engineering. Oops, made a hat.
I'm going to put little flaps on mine. Is that all right? And a tail.
I just had that idea.
You seem to be... who's... David, have a go. As far as you can go.
Yeah.
Not bad. Should you throw or should you pass like a bowler?
Ah, well,
Yours is great.
it's up to you.
Look at that.
Yours looks
Yeah,
great.
that looks incredible.
It went up because of the flaps.
Yeah, the flaps. Flaps gave it lift.
Watch out in the back row. This is going to be lethal.
It's one of those stealth ones. You won't be able to see it. You won't be able to measure it.
Yeah. You can buy it from Wick. It's got our name on it. Oh! A suicide plane.
That's impossible.
Was that acrobatics?
Sue, your chance for glory.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, despite the brilliance of Amy Johnson, but would you be surprised to know that the paper aeroplane that goes the furthest looks like this? Stop.
Yeah, that's a bracelet.
I know, it seems hardly credible.
You just scrunch it up and chuck it.
Unfortunately, not very good at throwing it. I've practiced a bit. But the world record is 200 yards.
No way.
I'm not kidding you.
Straight down.
It's supposed to give it a twist, and that's what I'm not good at. I've never thrown in American football. That's what you've got to do, is you do it in the style of an American football.
Whoa!
There you go. Not bad. Pretty good, isn't it? Anyway, who first used the expression OMG?
Was it Hannah Montana?
It wasn't Hannah Montana.
That's my guess.
It was a good guess. A reasonable guess.
I'm guessing that in the past it's meant something else.
No, as oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Not. No, this is genuinely the use of OMG in a communication.
Is it going to be on a Morse code?
No, though, funnily enough, you're in the right area. It was
military.
Kissinger?
It's not military, naval. It was two of the great naval figures of the First World War. Who was the First Lord of the Admiralty during
Churchill. I have no idea.
Churchill. Winston Churchill. But the great Lord Fisher, in 1917, wrote a letter to Winston Churchill saying, I hear that a new order of knighthoods is on the tapis, meaning on the carpet. OMG, shower it on the Admiralty. So there you are. Oh, my God.
What year was that, sorry?
1917.
OMG.
Yep,
That's
OMG.
a really good fact.
That's a good fact, isn't it?
Can we be certain he meant, oh my God? He might have meant...
Yes, no, he definitely did. He put, oh my God, in brackets afterwards. He wrote OMG
that
brackets.
rather ruined the point of abbreviating.
Yeah, I know.
to
But as he was the first user, I guess he had to explain it.
OMG, by which I mean, of course, the longer expression, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Eric Partridge's Dictionary of Abbreviations in 1942 contained dozens of SMS-friendly examples, such as AGN for again, MTH for month, and GD for good. So they pre-existed.
But I heard someone vocalise LOL. I actually heard someone said LOL as opposed to laugh. There's two kids in the street, and I told them, she went, LOL, like that.
Rather than laugh.
Rather than laugh.
Yeah.
That's just some horrible post-Orwellian nightmare.
How amazing is that going to be at stand-up gigs if people just, an audience starts going,
LOL. Let's just try it. No, after three. I'll just say the word LOL with as little expression as you can. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. LOL. That's the...
Tim Minchin has actually suggested that because people don't laugh out loud when they say lol, that he suggests MAS, mildly amused smirk. Which would be quite good, because that's what happens.
Nelly is another one that you could have. Yeah? Nelly, N-E-L-I, not even laughing inwardly.
But you'd be impressed to know that in 1659 is the first use of to unfriend, which we thought was a modern Facebook phrase. But to unfriend was used by Thomas Fuller, who wrote to theologist John Heylin, "I hope, sir, that we are not mutually unfriended by this difference which hath happened betwixt us."
Yes, and then I believe his friend wrote back that he liked that message.
Yeah, he liked that. So, now, what would be the best planet in the solar system to take your annual holiday in or on? Yes.
Earth.
Absolutely the right answer, I frankly say. I don't think there could be a better answer.
Well, the great advantage of Earth is that you can survive on it.
Yes.
So lovely on a holiday, isn't it?
It is.
To just live through it.
Yeah, exactly. Hello?
Uranus.
Why Uranus?
Because it would be much longer.
Ah, now there you're getting very interesting. It's about how long a year is or a season is.
How long is a Uranian year?
A Uranian year is 84 Earth years.
84.
But each day is only 17 hours, so again, it spins faster than us.
So how long would a fortnight be?
It's a very good question indeed. 17 times 14 would be a fortnight.
How long's a year on Jupiter, then?
A year is about 12 of our years, but it spins very quickly. So a day on Jupiter is only about 10 hours.
So you might not get a longer holiday the further away from...
And I think I'd need those things that go around your wrists so you don't get travel sick if it's spinning like that.
Jupiter is also entirely gas, which is not really very nice. The shopping and the sightseeing opportunities are amazing. A layer of black liquid hydrogen, 27,000 miles thick, crushes carbon into diamonds that are literally the size of the Ritz. So you could really get some serious bling from Jupiter.
Trying to deal with that.
Yeah.
Sort of that size, a diamond the size of a hotel.
And another thing that's rather exciting is that it precipitates neon rather than water in the atmosphere, which creates brilliant, bright red rain. It's fabulous. That would be so pretty. So, but,
it'd be lovely to go, wouldn't it?
That's there.
You don't want rain on holiday, though, do you, even if it's bunny?
That storm, that eye, as they call it, which is in the middle of Jupiter, is about 4 times the size of the Earth, so that's, you know...
So essentially, Jupiter's a nightmare, because if your annual holiday, not only is it a shorter fortnight, it only happens once every 10 years.
Yes! that is true.
Very bad.
Venus, on the other hand, rotates incredibly slowly. A fortnight's break on Venus would last over 15 years. That's how long the days are.
But you'd need factor 980 there.
Oh, the weather is awful. It's clouds of sulfuric acid. The surface is hot enough to melt aluminium, so you need really thick flip-flops. And the atmospheric pressure is equivalent to being half a mile under the sea on Earth. The air isn't very fresh. It's mostly carbon dioxide. So it really is a bit... It's a bit like being in an Ibizan club at about 6 in the morning.
You'd only want a week there, wouldn't you? You'd only want a week.
You'd only want a week on Venus. So it begins with J and appears to be alive.
Is it me?
You begin with J and are most magnificently, radiantly alive.
He's on the tab.
Lisa.
James Blunt.
Closer, I grant you. Yeah.
Jeremy Clarkson.
Oh! This is something that appears to be alive and quite obviously isn't.
Jedward, then. I'm revising my...
So much work
Take care
to
do.
Yes, but in order to find out whether the brain is working, there's a machine that is used by doctors, an electroencephalograph, and you can tell whether a brain is alive by attaching it. And there is something that quite manifestly isn't alive, but if you attach that same machine to it, will give off the same signals as a brain.
Is it jelly?
Yes.
Fucking hell. I can't quite believe how intelligent I am sometimes.
No, no,
How did I get that?
It was wonderful.
You're a genius. Is it any type of jelly, or is it...
Well, sort of large jelly in a mould on which you could fit the electrodes of an EEG.
Oh, that kind of jelly, right.
From its EEG results alone, it would not qualify as sufficiently dead to have its life support removed. That's the point. I know that seems insane. The reason it
All
seems...
the other jellies sitting around the bedside weeping.
Yes. He's still alive, he's still alive. You can't turn it off.
Comforting one another.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one outside having a fag.
One wobble for yes, two wobbles for no. Neurologist Adrian Upton examined the electroencephalography of gelatin desserts, as he put it, to make a serious point about brain death. Because what happens is the jelly picks up extraneous electrical signals in the room from sources like respirators, IV drips, even ringing telephones. The implication is that a brain apparently generating similar signals may in fact be quite dead. On the other hand, it may well be quite alive. It isn't enough to use an EEG to tell whether someone's alive, that's the point.
So jelly is always wobbling just a little bit.
It's always going to be wobbling a little bit. But it is rather extraordinary, isn't it? It's an amazing thought. At least I think it is.
Lovely thought.
It doesn't mean that EEGs are useless. They just have to be considered with other things to suggest whether or not someone is conscious or alive.
Is that an excitable jelly just there that's suddenly flatlined?
Is that right? Well, now, let's play Stick the Knees on the Elephants. You should have cards with elephants on, and you should have little red dots. And all you have to do is stick your red dot on the knees of the elephant. It's as simple as that. It's a little fun art craft thing that you can do.
I feel a little bit like we've underperformed and we've been taken to a special class.
Yes, that's right.
Where it's mainly arts and crafts and colouring in, and you know what? You can't fail. We've all done very well.
That's right.
I'm just doing polka dots.
Very sweet, but try and do it on the knees of the elephant if you can.
I think elephants have got a lot of knees. That's my... Because otherwise, why would you have given us this many dots?
You don't have to use all the dots, I may say.
This elephant's actually got the same thing that Jack used to have at the top of his thigh. It turns out it was nothing, but it was a real worry.
Yes.
I've marked his sphincter on there as well.
So have
Well
I.
done. Oh,
So
there
have
you are.
I. We've got
snap.
matching sphincters.
Yes. All right, so if you'd like to present and show.
So, sphincter, eyes, because it's nice to get to know them. And 4 knees.
Can you just tilt the card forward a bit so they're not too shiny? They reflect on the camera
I've gone 4 knees on each.
Are you tilting it forward a bit as asked?
Sorry.
No, you're not.
I can't get taken down to a lower class than this.
Yeah, there you go.
What are you doing, arts and crafts?
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Knees and knees.
Well, I mean...
I've got knees on the front, none on the back.
Everyone except Alan has at least managed to put dots on the knees, which are at the back of the elephant, because the front 2 joints are elbows.
Oh.
All mammals, essentially...
Whoa, hang on. Whoa, you're going to have to back up there a little bit. He's got elbows on his
his front legs, yes. His front legs are essentially arms. I mean, the bones in his front leg are the radius and the ulna, just like ours. They're essentially walking on their hands and on their hind legs. And we may think of elephants as having 4 knees. They don't. They only have the 2 knees at the back. The 2 front ones are elbows. It seems unlikely, but it's true.
That means my interesting bar fact that I tell everybody, that the elephant is the only animal in the world that has 4 knees, is complete rubbish.
Exactly. And it's a common fact you'll find on the internet, and it's a lie.
Wow.
And any zoologist will tell you so. So, I'm afraid it's -10 to everybody except Alan. That's very good. So, well done, Alan. In fact, you got it right, didn't you, in the end?
No, I didn't. I put 2 knees. I thought it only had 2 knees.
Which it does.
But I put them on the front.
Oh, you yeah, well, yes, you get the -10. How many jellyfish are there here?
In that picture?
Yeah.
What is it? One with a very flamboyant hat on. Sorry, where are the words with a flamboyant hat on?
It was the one that was enough, but it is a flamboyant hat. The flamboyant hat gives it its name. If you've ever seen a Portuguese conquistador, they wore hats like that.
They didn't have many in Croydon.
They didn't know, but...
is it a man o' war?
A Portuguese man o' war is what it is, but it's not... I'll give you a clue that it's not a jellyfish. And it isn't even a single creature. Portuguese man o' war is not one animal. It's a colony of animals
Oh,
that operate together as one.
Like the Borg.
Incredibly, yes, we are Borg. Exactly.
We are Borg. We are jellyfish.
Why isn't it called the Men of War then?
I know it should be, because originally people didn't understand that, and so they called it the Portuguese Man of War because it looked like a Portuguese helmet on the top. The inflatable bladder along the top is one creature which provides buoyancy and works as a sail. The tentacles are separate and carry the coiled, spring-loaded harpoons, which have the most incredible speed. They explode in 700 billionths of a second, which is the fastest known animal mechanism on Earth, and very painful. And there are other creatures that make part of this colony, gastrozooids, which digest the food, and gonozoids, which are the gonads, the sexual reproduction
So
part
they're
of it.
separate. So you've got
They're actually separate creatures.
the stomach floats along, and then you've got the gonads behind.
Yep.
So the stomach's looking for its bollocks, essentially. In the middle of the...
It's called a siphonophore, that kind of a creature. And because they drift passively, they collect in vast herds of thousands or so. And that's why the appearance of one is enough to clear an Australian beach, as you probably know. You've seen, because one tends to mean there are going to be lots. And the sting is very painful. 10,000 Australians a year, on average, receive a Portuguese man-of-war sting. Not pleasant.
Toughens you up, though.
No, exactly.
I mean, that's
exactly.
life, isn't it?
One day it'll toughen you up enough to win a test match against us. How many times in history have I been in a position to be able to say that?
I
Not
know,
many.
and I enjoyed
That's
it
exactly.
so much.
What did the environmentalists say to the camel?
Stop farting. They produce a lot of methane.
Yes, they do. Where in particular?
Out their arse.
No, there's a particular place where camels are extremely numerous.
Egypt.
Yes, but this is a place
Oh, no,
where...
Australia. Is it Australia?
Australia.
We've got more wild camels in Australia than anywhere else on the planet.
Exactly. They have the highest number of feral camels. In fact, they have 1.2 million of them.
I like rats. They're vermin.
Yeah.
They get in your house.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
you can
nightmare.
see the sign. Only that sign could be Australia, couldn't it? Look at it. Camel, wombat, kangaroo. But the fact is, they export them to Arabia for meat and for racing.
Because they're a finer sort of species of
They were brought over originally as a pack animal to Australia. They seemed very natural because Australia's a dry country and camels survive well, obviously, in dry climates. People thought perfect, but of course they bred and they bred and they bred, and suddenly you've got these 1.2 million camels.
Yeah.
And they do an enormous amount of anal wind expulsion.
They were on a download, actually.
Yeah. 45... It's actually...
This important or catch
to be fair to them, it's not so much anal as oral. It's 45 kilograms of methane a year. It's quite extraordinary. It's a sixth the amount of the average car. So now there's a company called Northwest Carbon, which has set up a thing where you offset your carbon footprint, if you're an Australian car driver, by paying this company to go and shoot camels. Which is basically a bit unfair because, let's face it, Europeans with cars are as unnatural to Australia as camels are. And it seems a bit unfair. Why shouldn't the camels shoot the humans?
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. While we're talking about all this whole business of ecology, Sainsbury's, the supermarket chain, very useful supermarket chain. The great thing about Sainsbury's, it keeps the scum out of Waitrose. All right, here's an initiative announced by Sainsbury's.
Go on.
By reducing the diameter of the tube of a loo roll from 123 millimetres to 112 millimetres, right? Just 11 millimetre reduction. They will be able to fit more rolls into the same lorry. Given the scale of the loo roll market, we use 45 to 50 rolls a year each. And that's including you.
I do that over weekend.
Yes, all right. This will mean 500 fewer lorry trips a year just by doing that, by reducing the centre tube by 11 millimetres.
Well, this is the principal difference between men and women, in my view, is the amount of loo roll that women use is unbelievable.
What is it about humans and big ears?
They get bigger.
They get bigger.
Ears get bigger.
Yeah, I mean, old men do seem to have longer ears, but the trouble is no one's done a study where they've measured their ears when they were younger. Because it could well be, it's logical,
The head's
that
getting
actually
smaller.
having large ears is a predictor of a long life.
I know what that man did for a living.
What's that?
He was a bowler hat model.
He was a very fine bowler hat model.
I've got quite big ears, but I can also see what it's like to be someone whose ears are flat against the side of their head, because I can go like that.
Oh, my goodness!
And I can hold it so it's like having an instant facelift like that.
How do you do that?
Well, I can't really talk like this as well. I'll tell you later. It means I can do a thing like when you do it on a roller coaster and you just go over the top, you go...
I bet your so-called serious brother Jeremy can't do that.
He can't do that.
Yeah, that's another way.
He could
another
host
win.
a phone-in about it, though, couldn't
Yes,
he?
Do call in if you can wiggle your ears.
No problem with your ears. Give us a ring now. Go on.
He did once on his show, genuinely, I thought they were running out of things to do that day. He said, please, and this was, honestly, it wasn't a joke, he said, please phone in if the sound of your own voice terrifies you. That was a phone-in topic.
Did anyone call in?
Screaming.
Any calls?
Yeah, they had some people ring up. Yeah.
Sobbing.
So
Help me, I'm so afraid!
What lives underwater and is the loudest animal in the world for its size? Greg Proops.
Oprah.
Good answer, but untrue.
Is it going to be a blue whale?
Oh, you were doing so well. No, it's the largest in relation to its size. The noise it makes is quite astounding. When I tell you that its size is 2 millimetres and it creates a sound of over 99 decibels, which is like a freight train passing by. It's an incredibly loud noise, and it's a little lake creature, actually. You know those things that almost seem to walk on water? Do you remember what they're called?
Our Lord.
You could call this the Jesus insect if you wanted. It's a water boatman. The water boatman is a beautiful little creature, and it uses the surface tension of the water, there you see, to walk along the water.
That's a pond skater, of course.
So unlike a blue whale in almost every respect.
The noise it gives out is like a passing freight train. We have a theory how they produce it, and we'd like you to try out our theory. They use their penises against their tummies.
Peni.
Peni, if you like, penises, if you wanted to speak in English. But by all means, peni, if you like. They rub their penises on their tummy and somehow create a noise of 99.2 decibels.
But that's
As I
just a
say-
theory, though, right?
Yep.
Because I put my penis against my belly, it don't make no noise.
You really whack it, though, if you...
Steady.
It depends on if I have to get up in a hurry.
When you
Like, if I got...
And imagine that it's a penis, all right? You pass that to Greg.
You know, imagining is not helping, but all right.
Obviously, there's yours, Alan. No. You can have a normal one. Now, this is quite complicated, but you should have a little bowl of rosin, as in the kind of stuff that ballet dancers use to keep their shoes from sliding on the stage and string players use for their bows. Ordinary rosin. Oh, very good. Listen to that noise. Keep doing that. You're rubbing, you're trying to... It gets surprisingly loud, doesn't it?
Oh, God, yes!
I don't seem to be attracting any boatmen or women.
Not getting 99 decibels.
There, you see that?
This is still louder, though.
But isn't that surprising?
Wow.
It was like Mars attacks.
Yeah.
Our brains will explode.
Solo.
Alan's very good at it, isn't he?
How have you given him a wand? Is that a wand?
What does a robot jockey do?
Ah, yeah, these robot jockeys ride camels, don't they?
You are good, and you've already got the points.
Yeah, the robot jockeys, they're a form of racing in Dubai, in particular, and perhaps across
in the
developed
UAE
world.
generally.
They have camel racing, and the camels, I think at that speed probably couldn't take human weight on them. They have to be quite small. So I'm presuming at some stage they experimented with either little people or with children. Yeah.
It was reintroduced by King Fahd of Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, and children were indeed taken from their parents and were forced to be the jockeys on these camels.
What do you mean taken from their parents? People would just turn up at a random house?
I'm afraid, as you probably know, much of the service industries are performed by Sri Lankans and Indians. The Gulf Arab people themselves don't do much of the basic work, and it was Indian children who were taken to be jockeys. It was not a pleasant story, and there's no way of dressing it up nicely.
And how much control do they have over the camels exactly?
Well, they've got reins, and they also have GPS, so they know where they are. Now, you may say, why they put a face and a hat and costume on it. The fact is, the camels were spooked out when the robots just looked like machines. The camels were much more relaxed at the idea that it was a human on them, because they've sort of grown used to the idea.
Right.
So these only weigh a few kilos. They're not that expensive, about $500 each. They whip the camels by remote control, because the managers are following in a truck. So they do whip, I'm afraid. They're far lighter than the child jockeys, and I suppose it's less inhumane. They were designed in Switzerland.
Please, may I tell you the only camel joke that I know?
Please.
OK. There's two guys in the army out in the desert, and there's a new recruit, and there are no women around at all, and the new recruit says, what do we do for sex? And the old guy says, I'm afraid it's the camels. And so that evening, they're all let out towards the camels, and the old bloke's running really fast, and the young guy says, what are you doing? It's only a camel. And he goes, yeah, but you don't want to get an ugly one, do you?
So what are those camels we're looking at? What sort of camels are they?
I'm sorry. There is another camel joke. Which is same starting point. Initially taken for the first couple of minutes and said, oh, I'm afraid there are no women here. I'm afraid it's the camels. So late at night, the guy declares, I can't take it anymore. I'm as horny as hell. And he goes out and he rides the camel. And he comes back in and goes, well, that's the best we can do. And the man says, well, actually, when I said we've got the camels, we normally ride them into town.
Anybody else got any camel jokes?
No.
How far can you go on a cup of joe? A cup of joe being an Americanism for...
Java? Coffee?
A cup of coffee. A cup of
I thought it was an insane cat. You could actually ride on the back of Joe.
That is a somewhat caffeine-crazed cat.
That's a flat white too many for that little kitty.
It is rather, isn't it?
How far you can actually go in terms of energy?
No, it's more literal than that. If you're carrying a cup of coffee, how far can you go before you spill it? This is actually all down to science. What is the science of the movement of liquids called?
Wobbleology.
Fluid dynamics.
Yes.
Fluid dynamics is a whole science.
Fluid dynamics.
It's a whole science, and the most important one, and much has been discovered as a result of fluid dynamics. It is a very useful and fruitful area of discovery. But one of the things they've discovered is that the average human stepping pace happens to cause an oscillation, which means that between 7 and 10 steps, you are going to spill the coffee. You will set up a series of wave movements. That means the furthest you can go is probably about 10 steps before you will definitely have spilled some coffee.
This is the Mrs. Overall effect.
Yeah, exactly. But they suggest a flexible container to act as a sloshing absorber with a series of annular ring baffles. So they're just suggesting the...
Annular ring baffles?
That's a right type of hobbit, surely.
That sounds like space.
You can order them online, can't you?
I'll tell you what, the amount of times my annular has been baffled. Oh, dear. I'm always down the
Baffle your ring, sir.
Yeah.
Annular ring baffle's a bit of a tautology because annular means ring-like anyway, so it's a bit silly.
Annular ring baffle.
You used to take the baffle out of your exhaust pipe to make it louder.
That's right, yeah. I mean, baffling is sound muffling, isn't it? But it's also absorbing waves, and that's essentially the same thing, because if you're muffling sound, you're absorbing the
If
waves.
you put a baffle in your anus, that'll make you have quiet farts.
I suppose it would. Until pressure built up to such a stage.
Then you're potentially lethal.
And then you could have someone's eye out in the aisle at Waitrose, which you wouldn't want. But there have been more obviously useful...
Baffle your ring, sir.
There have been more useful applications for this business of this whole resonance business of building up frequencies that cause oscillations that can be dangerous. Have you seen Albert Bridge in London? There's a particular sign. It sort of leads from Chelsea. There it is. It's a famous sign. It's a rather beautiful, one of London's most beautiful bridges. All troops must break step when marching over this bridge. Why would that be?
Something to do with an oscillation.
Yeah, exactly. If you're marching in rhythm, chung, 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 you might set up a resonance that would cause the bridge to collapse.
That's why Michael Flatley can never get north of the Thames. It's a reason. He's furious. He's always wanted to go to Madame Tussauds. Right now, he's at the Elephant and Castle going, I can't believe it. I want to go and see the Queen. I just can't get over there. It's a bleeding nightmare, so it is. Shocking state of affairs. And
Good. Well, I think we've... Let's pin the knee on the bird. So stick a little sticker on the bird's knee. That's all you have to do.
Well, it's never going to be where I think it's going to be. In the knee bit.
Or it could be a double bluff.
Oh, not a double bluff.
Well, I'm going to put in an early pitch for there. I'm going to say it's got a knee in its neck.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and that's how it bends its neck. And it's a little quirk of nature.
Oh, and Jack's put one on.
You're not putting it on the knee, where the knee is.
But he
No, because the bendy bit would be... Oh, no, that could be like a little camp-arm.
The wings are going to be the arms this time, aren't they? The wings are the arms, aren't they? The wings are the arms.
Wings are the arms.
The legs are the legs. The legs have got the knees in.
The legs have got the knees in. The legs have got knees.
The knees wear the bend in the middle.
Going
knees, I'm going in.
Going in, he's going in, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm feeling a double bluff.
You're just covering the entire animal with red dots, Cal.
No, I've just given
I've
given it a perm.
You're giving it a coxcomb. There we are. So you've... Ah, dear, I'm afraid, Alan, you've fallen into our little trap. Those are not the knees. People think birds' knees goes backwards. Those are ankles.
Oh, you see?
You see, those are ankles.
Something like that.
Here, maybe?
There. Now, Jack. Points for Jack. You lose one for the bottom one, which is there. Forget that one. Exactly.
It's an unusual flamingo, and then it's got a duck coming out of its arm.
It's pretty hard to deny.
Where are the duck's knees? Ask the flamingo.
Yeah. Well, there are the knees at the top. They're usually covered in feather. And the bottom bit is the ankle. I know,
So there's a very real chance if you kicked a flamingo in the knees and the balls at the same time. That's some pain, isn't it?
Whoa, yes.
Because they must be up in the same sort of area.
Yes, they don't really have testicles, though, do they? I mean, they have little sexual parts.
It'd be quite a different...
as do I.
It'd be quite an unnerving sight as flocks of flamingos flew overhead if they did have dangling testicles.
Boy, girl, boy,
very worrying.
Boy, girl.
So do I get a point? Have I got a point?
I think you've got a point, Jack. Yeah.
There's an apple for you.
Oh, I can't tell you how much that works. That always works with me. Thank you, Jack. Oh, bless you, apple.
Starts with an apple, next thing you know, you're in some sort of therapy. Be careful.
The rules on a pirate ship.
Rules?
Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find.
Well, oddly enough, now, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle. except
OK.
rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, you know, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
It's rubbish being a pirate.
I know. It's not quite what you imagine,
My
is it?
dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
If you rescue one from the sea, no.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
Well, I think essentially we're talking about rape.
That lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came on.
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate's voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land! There's
one man responsible.
Right.
Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
In Treasure Island.
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this!
This fact.
This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redubbed. I am your father. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
See, Ralph Vader on a big tractor. Yeah. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Do they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
we
isn't
definitely
it?
covered that in the last
Oh,
series.
really? I must have missed that.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called. What is that, a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What's this little frog doing? What's this chap up to?
Wow. It's practicing first position?
What's going on in the background?
He's trying to build up his nerve and to jump into that gushing stream.
No,
he's just going, I can do this.
He's facing the other way.
I can do this.
Is he fishing? Is he catching things in his web?
I was thinking maybe there was a plane load of frogs trying to land. Well, you know, air traffic controller frog.
Air traffic controller frog. What is it about the background?
Running water, stream.
What does that create? If you've got a waterfall behind you, how do you communicate with your neighbour? How do you shout?
Sign language.
Yes.
No.
Semaphore.
Really?
It's the semaphore frog, because it lives by waterfalls and cataracts, and so little won't get heard. So that's how it communicates. Basically, it's saying to other males, this is my territory, keep away, or it's saying to girls, here I am. It is a wonderful sight. It solved the problem of the fact that it can't vocalise because it lives in a noisy environment. There are other ways of attracting mates which are unusual. Yes?
The internet.
If only you'd said what you often call the internet. What do you sometimes call it?
The interweb.
Yes.
Web spiders.
Spiders, yes.
Spiders make webs to catch prey so they can survive
yes,
and thrive.
But there's a particular breed of spider. They ejaculate into a pad of webbing and transfer the sperm-laden pad to their palps, which are like their antennae, and then they wave them around to attract the female. I've got some sperm here. I've got some sperm for you.
Oh, God.
I used to do that to my ex-girlfriend because...
Why am I not surprised by the word X in there?
Yeah, I mean, she just wanted to have a baby so bad. It was just real easy to get her excited like that. I got some sperm, and she'd come running, and I'd be like, I'm just kidding.
You'll probably each well out of it.
Yeah. Exactly. She's the better for it. I mean, in fact, I take pride in believing that I helped her prepare
and
for
think
the next
what
cat
you're
she
saving on triple-ply tissues. There you are.
In some weird English way, I feel dealt with.
What should you avoid going to bed with? A jactitator or a jactitator?
The second one.
Why?
Because it means someone that wiggles about a lot.
Yes!
Who does it?
Yeah, the official name for it is Willis-Ekbom disease, also known as restlessness or particularly restless leg syndrome. That's one meaning of jactitation.
The other...
yes, the other is...
Is speaking unpleasantly of somebody.
No, nice that you're trying, and don't be put off. It's a very specific... I won't say crime exactly. It's a malfeasance, possibly. Yes. It's a wrongdoing that people do, and that is to maintain that you're married to someone when you aren't.
That's right.
You are so angry because you're angry. If a man says, oh, yes, she's my wife, we're married, she goes, no, we're not. You can go to court, and your remedy is a suit of jactitation of marriage, in which you ask the court to declare that you are not married to the person who is claiming that you are.
Is the jactitation, is it the denying of the marriage, or is it the maintaining the marriage, you're still married when you're not?
A jactitator is someone who claims to be married to you when they aren't.
So, ding dong, darling, I'm home, you're not married to me.
Yes.
That is the bad guy is the ding dong, darling, I'm home in this situation.
Exactly.
Stop doing this.
I could actually take you to court, because you never stop saying that we are married. But we're married in comedy, Alan. We're married in comedy.
There you go again.
Comedy and erotic love. Those two, surely. Hello.
Do you know what the opposite is? Because my husband often says he's not married.
It's party treat time now. Isn't this exciting? I've got something really interesting for you to try. It's powdered miracle berry. Now, you should have a little cup like this. So if you can instantly put that pill, as it were, that's in your cup, in your mouth, I promise you it's not going to hurt you.
We don't even question.
Don't swallow it.
Just do it. Yes,
don't swallow it. Please do it. Don't swallow it.
Show me your kidneys. We've been down this road before, mister. Only bite it when you see the whites of the eyes.
Don't bite it. Don't bite it. Just really roll it around your mouth. Roll it around your tongue. It's quite sweet. It takes a little time for it to work, but when it does work, it's rather extraordinary.
It's like a dead refresher.
Yeah, it is, exactly. It's exactly what it's like.
That.
But just to try and do a bit of action on it, just so that you can get it to dissolve, spread it all over your tongue. It is quite miraculous. It's why it's called the miracle fruit. It's rather exciting.
I've slightly crunched mine.
Oh, well, don't worry. Don't swallow. Don't swallow. Just keep...
Why not?
Keep it in your mouth. There's a good reason. I want for it to cover all of your tongue, because it does something extraordinary to your tongue, and that's what you're going to discover. So keep sucking. Keep sucking.
I must remember this speech.
Yeah. If you made them swallow,
it does something extraordinary to your tongue. Don't swallow it.
So do you feel you've more or less coated yourself in it?
Yeah.
What it does is it actually gets rid of your tongue's ability to detect sour and bitter. So I want you to just take a bite on this lemon. You'll find, when you bite on the lemon, that it's not exactly sweet, but that it really has taken away 90% of its sourness.
I'm going in.
Isn't it? Your whole pill.
I've done that. I've done a lot of coating. Oh, it's delicious.
Isn't it? It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
None of you has pulled the kind of...
That is like a really sweet orange.
Exactly. It's
I'm
bizarre.
going to regret it later.
It is a most extraordinary experience.
I love that. Ooh,
and that will last. That will last for about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour.
I'm going to have chronic
You'll be able to have
gastritis in 20
lime.
minutes.
And it was very popular, this miracle fruit. They used to have parties where they'd have this kind of rainbow of different flavours that would occur because it takes away your ability to taste the bitter or the sour, or indeed the salt. So everything becomes sweet, but it retains a little of its own flavour. But it doesn't. It does work.
Amazing.
Doesn't it? It is absolutely.
Although it is vitamin C, so internally I'm rebelling.
Just for the very fact that it might even be slightly healthy.
Absolutely. No, a friend of mine used to go and feed the horse at the bottom of his garden when he was a kid bits of lemon because it used to make brilliant faces when he...
That's just naughty.
It is cruel.
That's very naughty.
Very entertaining.
I'm going to save one in my pockets. I'm going to have one later. I'm going to give one to a friend.
Yeah.
So much nicer.
Yeah.
It's just...
We've witnessed something in your mouth tonight. Yeah.
It's all over. It will taste lovely for half an hour.
My favourite word is today. It's not sour anymore, is it? Not sour anymore. Right, it's all round your mouth.
And that's why I asked you to write a limerick. So have you got limerick for me? Any of you? I hope you have.
I do.
Oh, go on then.
Girls first.
Yeah.
I carouse in a style bacchanalian, but I sleep in a way marsupilian. I like to eat cheese, but I never say please. Yes, I'm French, but I'm also Australian.
Oh, that's very good. It's certainly better than the one I know about Australia. There was a young man from Australia who painted his arse like a dahlia. Tuppence a smell was all very well, but threepence a lick was a failure. Alan, what have you got for us?
I've got... There once was a show on TV that was always the smart place to be.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware you'd rather be there, but instead you're stuck here with me.
Oh, very good. I like it.
I've got one about Rob Brydon.
Oh.
Just because I found something that rhymed with Brydon.
Yeah.
There was a young man called Rob Brydon whose favourite film was The Poseidon Adventure. He would watch it regularly. That funny old man called Rob Brydon.
That's not an easy one. Yeah.
It's easy to win on QI. You don't need an IQ that's high. Try not to be haughty, just be a bit naughty and make sure you please Stephen Fry.
Yeah! Very good. Yes, Rob, what have you got for us?
Nothing, as will become evident.
Yeah.
There once was a chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, hello.
Whose punning was simply sublime. Sat next to Alan... Oh, bugger. OK. There once was a man called Tim Vine, whose punning was more than just fine. Sat on the panel with no end of flannel, that lovely young chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, that's very good. Very, very fine.
This is one I read in one Piccolo book of jokes. There was a young man from Devizes whose ears were different sizes. One was quite small and no use at all. The other was huge and won prizes.
Oh, that's very sweet. I like that. Excellent. Well, the strange thing about limericks is no one knows why they are called limericks. They seem to have no relationship to the town of Limerick, but they continue to be popular and sometimes excessively rude. There was a young chaplain from King's who talked about God and such things, but his real desire was a boy in the choir with a bottom like jelly on springs. What is it about software engineers that drives people to violence?
I don't like software which anticipates needs I don't have. The sort of spell checker thing which corrects your spell which you didn't want to spell. I've got RSI now from correcting the corrections on my phone.
If I want to type the C word, and I do sometimes, it comes up with Cynthia, and that's my mother-in-law's name. She's lovely. It seems so unfair.
Let's hope it doesn't work the other way round.
Unfortunately, in the original Greek, it is kunthia. Is it? There is no letter Y in Greek. It's an upsilon.
That's alarming.
It is kunthia. Yeah, I'm going back to the very first software engineer that ever was.
Babbage.
Well, Babbage owed an enormous debt to this person.
Ada Lovelace.
Ada Lovelace also owed a debt to this person.
I'll
Ada
get my
Lovelace
cloak.
wanted to use the second... You've done very well. Ada Lovelace was the daughter of...
Mr. Software.
So disappointing.
Because, you know, Mr. Baker, don't you?
Yes, you do.
And Mr. Butcher. Old Jeremiah Software.
But it's so much more interesting now. She happened to be the daughter of Lord Byron, and she was one of the great mathematicians of her age. And she was a woman we should celebrate. And she was a colleague, as you say, of Charles Babbage. And they had got their difference engine, and they wanted to steal the idea of a Frenchman who'd come up with the idea. It's a software idea. It was for automating something. As a little boy, he used to sit on a particular type of machine and watch it working and thinking, I could make this better. And he invented a punch card system for it. And he has... its name is...
It's not those pianos that
No,
play themselves.
pianolas use the same system, but this is before that. It's much more useful because it made something everybody in the world wanted to buy, which is clothes and textiles.
Oh, is it for, like, a pattern on
A loom.
cloth?
A loom.
Right.
It's a loom, and it's a particular kind of loom. Jacquard is the name. Joseph Marie Jacquard. And he was an extraordinary man, born in 1752. And these looms were used right up until our lifetimes. There you are.
Look at that.
That's what he invented. Now, you look at those punch cards, you think, now, what can that do? Babbage correctly saw this couldn't just make a loom and a tapestry and a picture, but it could also possibly do calculations and other such things that mathematicians were interested in. And so we have a portrait of Jacquard himself, which is done in woven silk using a Jacquard loom. That is done by punched cards. Isn't that astonishing? The depth, the tone, look at the knees there, the way the cloth is. I mean,
Looks almost like a photograph.
It almost looks like a photograph.
You think
That
you'd be
is-
happier, wouldn't you?
well, that's true. Smiling in photographs is a very recent thing.
Oh,
It was
really?
never considered normal. It was considered weird to smile. But the question was, why did he drive people to violence?
Because he... Was it like Luddites? Did they come and smash his machinery?
They did, because it took so much work
These
away
are
from
the
them.
shoe throwers, the saboteurs.
And what's the French for a wooden shoe?
A sabot.
A sabot is a clog, and they would throw their clogs into the looms to break them up. And a sabot was known as sabotage, and that's where we get our word sabotage. They would sabotage his machines. And actually, Luddites in Britain were nothing like as violent as the saboteurs of France in Lyon and places like
Different
that.
footwear, I suppose.
Different footwear.
More with a clog, can't you, than a conventional shoe?
We had an outbreak of it in my parish.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's a shoe area, so when the automation of the shoe trade came in, there was a bit of smashing up of machines.
That's a nightmare, though, because if the people are destroying the machines with shoes, if the machine's still going, they're just making ammunition. Their own destruction.
I don't think they use shoes.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's
Just
irony.
as they come out, chuck them back at the machine.
You don't have to use shoes to make a machine break. It just the French wore wooden clogs and those sabots. But it is fascinating, isn't it, to think...
Where would we be without trees?
Well, so true. Who fancies a shootout with a real-life vortex cannon? I've given you one each next. You've got a box. See that box there? It's simply a box, all right? Now, the hole is where the vortex emerges. So if you lean it so that the hole is pointing at the target, all right, and basically what you've got to do is smack the side of the box, all right? After a 3, 2, 1, smack! Very good. There you are. Now... What, But what we can... Yes? What we can do before you destroy the box... Before you destroy the box, you can do something even more exciting, and that is fill it with smoke. and it will demonstrate what, in fact, was happening with the air. You should all have smoke machines. That's it. Fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke, and now, look! Look at that! Just a gentle tap. That is a vortex, there's beautiful smoke rings. And a lovely one there. And I've got an enormous cannon here. And I'm going to fill mine with... I'll see if I can get mine across the...
You can make them chase each other.
Across the room here. Here we go. I've got the wrong way around. We'll let the smoke drift a little. We don't like a big dustbin. It's simply pressure of air creating this wonderful vortex.
No, it's not. It's magic.
Nice work. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Hours of fun can be had playing with your own homemade...
More aerial shots. This is a motorway. This is probably the... Well, that tells us there. The M6 is a new toll road has opened up, and there are the cars experiencing the frisson, the excitement, the sheer pleasure of handing £2 over. What's that? Somebody's driving a trainer. So it's £2 to the person who moved, and then you can drive all the way to Walsall. You're looking at me as if I'm wrong,
No,
Boris.
I'm not. You're absolutely right. It's to do with the opening of the new toll section
Yes.
of the M6.
Yes.
Near.
I said that,
near
but a bit
Birmingham.
more fluent than that. You're whipping me up into a coma, Boris.
I want to congratulate...
I've noticed something about you, but when you came out of makeup about 5 minutes before the show, your hair was immaculate. And then you must have just done that. Are you living up to your public image?
I think it still qualifies as fine. Anyway,
It qualifies as fine. I just wondered why you changed it.
You look like you just got off a bike.
well, anyway.
Is there a reason for that?
There's no reason that I can think of. Anyway,
what about a reason you can't think of?
Well, there may be a reason I can't think of, but the problem with that reason is I can't think of it now. If I could, I would supply...
was well worth it.
Well, taught us, the master, you know...
Did you study philosophy?
Lightning.
Or did you just think you studied philosophy?
How can I know?
Indeed. How can any of us know?
How can any of us know?
How do we know?
So the answer is it's the England rugby team celebrating the World Cup victory. I've confused you, haven't I?
Well, you're right. You're right. You're right about that.
Not a difficult task.
You're right.
It's like trying to sort of engage a kitten with a ball of wool. It naturally must go for it. So yes, it's the England Rugby World Cup team celebrating their victory, and
they gave me every assurance that this wouldn't happen again. They said well, you'll get the hang of it, and he won't mob you up.
But you have, in comparison.
I'm delighted you think so.
Yeah, you're doing very well.
Well, good. OK, well, there we go. You got the correct answer again.
You both went to Oxford, didn't you?
Yeah, but that wasn't on my course.
Wasn't it?
No, the part 2 badgering.
No, that's right. Anyway,
Kate, I think he's ready for morning TV.
I think it was jolly interesting.
No, you're right. Are there any other questions not related to badgers?
No. Yes, there are.
Excellent.
Speed... It's that funny bit of paper. It's about speed
It's
track.
a ticker tape parade for you, Boris. It's quite a modest one.
I think someone's been rolling joints in the rafters. Have you noticed? These little bits of paper keep fluttering down. Anyway,
what was the question?
It was about...
10 minutes ago.
What's it about?
They didn't used to have beauty contests, did they? They said it was degrading and that sort of thing.
Well, they weren't entirely wrong.
But it's funny, because that's what we say now, isn't it?
Not if you're a judge, you don't, I'll tell you.
No. It's interesting, that, isn't it? How the sort of... What's the word I want?
I don't think there's anything degrading.
Yeah, there's a reversal of mores. It's a phenomenon of the reversal of mores. On the one, that was 20 years ago, the Chinese thought it, degrading and so on. Now they think it's rather progressive.
I don't think it's degrading if they want to do it, and there's nothing wrong with them having a beauty contest. I don't think it's nothing worse than building a tunnel for badgers under a motorway that nobody wants to use.
I could not fail to disagree with you less.
Well, I'll tell you what, Boris, you can sleep with a badger and I'll have Miss Jamaica.
Really? I didn't meet Miss Jamaica. Who was Miss Jamaica? Well, good luck. Anyway, listen, I think they've got the right answer, haven't they?
Yeah,
it's all to do with Christa Berg's daughter.
Is that really the only fate of a Miss World? To end up with some superannuated footballer? Was that the height of it? Sorry, I'm just talking to an expert here.
Superannuated footballer?
George Best. I don't think he's still playing, Boris.
Is he sleeping with Miss Jamaica, is he?
Where
did he come in? Beyond.
Care in the community.
Anyway, it says moving swiftly on.
Yeah. Clutching her cheque for £60,000, the newly crowned Miss World said, "I'm thrilled and delighted. Now I'm looking forward to a year of excitement, travel, and working for various charities." You've won it, baby. You don't have to say that anymore. You can go and spend it on shoes. That's not sexist, is it? That's not right. I'm going over saying that. According to the Sunday...
That was terrific.
Yeah.
The way you said baby is just...
Yeah. OK, so to the tabloid round. Paul and Kate, here's yours. I love yow. What's
Oh, bless you.
Try that again with a Birmingham accent.
I love yow.
Yeah, good. I think this is Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne's fallen off his hair. Hasn't he? It's a blank look again, Boris. I must kill the Prime Minister.
What's going to happen at Buckingham Palace at precisely 12:30 a.m?
Oh, they're turning the lights off.
They absolutely are.
And all the foreign crews are furious, because their audiences will have just woken up. So when all the American broadcasters want to stand outside Buckingham Palace and say, "Here I am live," it's going to be completely dark. Selfish of us. Why couldn't we time the wedding to be in the middle of the night here, so the Americans could watch? And I hope there are ad breaks, so that NBC can shove in an advert for... what is it? Nachos they have?
What is it? According to the Telegraph, Kate has invited her very first boyfriend, Willem Marks.
I like Williams that are too posh to bother with the E bit.
It's very posh.
Willem. What's your name?
Is it Bill, Will, William, Willem? There's even a video wedding book for the public to sign. So let's have a look at some of the messages of goodwill and affection that have been left so far. Royal wedding will cost in one day half what the UK spends yearly on help for the unemployed.
Oh, lovely.
May their long and happy marriage be the last one of the monarchy of the UK. Vast numbers of people couldn't give the tiniest shit. Do I need to do this number 6 once?
Do Helen Mirren.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's
right.
nice. We'd all like to do Helen Mirren, but we're doing a bloody quiz show, mate. That's what we're doing here.
Helen Mirren played the Queen, of course.
Oh, right, yes, yeah.
And here she is, talking about John Gielgud on BBC Breakfast News.
So that always inspired me. He always took kind of edgy choices.
Yes, and he swore a lot, as I remember. And
there was well, in that sort of wonderful voice you had.
Exactly. that was
you
the
little
comedy.
shit. He
Oh,
said,
no, you can't say it.
Sorry.
Take that back. That never happened.
It was in the
It's not
original
pre-recorded this time.
If you heard that, we're very sorry.
No, this week it's Chris Grayling. He's been complaining about journalists using the Freedom of Information Act to find out things. He said it is misused by those who use it effectively as a research tool to generate stories for the media. That isn't acceptable. Yeah, bloody journalists with their stories, eh? Why was he particularly being hypocritical?
I was camping earlier in the week. I missed this story.
Really? Was it nice? Where, in Wales?
Quite mild as well for the time of year.
Good,
It's
that was a
too-
big story.
I think it's too mild.
Do you?
I do. I don't like it.
Has it thrown out your body clock?
It really has. I'm
Is it?
menopausal.
Are you?
So it really doesn't help.
No.
You just want a cold wind up you at
Do
this
you?
time. You do. Yes, according to The Sun...
Waterloo Bridge and the Thames are a simple walk away.
What, you want me to jump?
No. Cold air.
Oh, I see.
I want you to jump.
Paul, could you give me an hand here, mate?
Yeah.
You just read out the names when they come up. Don't get me wrong, I could do it myself. I just
Okay.
can't be arsed.
Right, okay.
Get on with this.
Yes.
So, the Greek president...
Karolos Papoulias.
has been talking to the head of the Socialist Party.
Evangelos Venizelos.
The leader of the far-right Golden Dawn Party.
Chrissy Avgi.
And the young, charismatic leader of the far-left Syriza Party.
Alexis Tsipras.
More commonly known as...
Sexy Alexi.
But I'll be the judge of that. Oh, yes, he's all right, actually.
Yeah. You know, he looks a bit like Ed Miliband to me.
Oh, does...
Are you a man obsessed?
No, this is Ken's attempt to find some work.
Shall we see how well the president has been getting on in his talks with these people?
I think he's going to come to the conclusion they can't stay in the euro, which most sensible people have realised about the last 2 years.
And then they're out.
They're out, and the world will carry on, and we'll all be able to afford to go back for a holiday in Greece.
You've become very upbeat, haven't you?
Getting a nice sleep now, isn't you?
Yeah. Like a log.
It's good for you at your age. So, how are several newspapers referring to this possible Greek exit?
Are they taking Greece and out? Grout.
It's called Grexit.
That's it, yes.
Sounds like a type of hair dye.
Again, we bow to your superiors.
And they get the Olympic torch and then they set fire to Athens. And then we go bankrupt because everyone's exposed to Greece, to this debt. So even Ken can't be cheery about that, can you?
No, I predicted this.
12
12 years ago in Socialist Economic Bulletin.
Oh,
my
remember
subscription reading that?
must have lapsed.
Catchy name as well.
Once we sold 300.
Oh, yes. A move from the euro back to the drachma would have to be done on the quiet in the hope that nobody would notice. That should keep the situation nice and calm.
How did Labour's Harriet Harman get behind Kim Kardashian, which is an excellent hiding place, by the way?
She presumably said that Kim Kardashian was a role model and a marvellous figure and we should learn a great deal from her. It's usually what politicians say when they're asked about someone they've never heard of.
Yes, Harriet Harman called Kim Kardashian brave and pioneering, like Malala, but with a sex tape.
She didn't object to Kim putting out into the ether selfies of herself, slightly scantily clad, even though Harriet in her time has not liked pictures that objectify women.
Page 3 was male editors using young girls as fodder, she claimed. I get the sense from the Kardashians that they're going to make their own decisions and make their own way in the world. To which a viewer called Sarika responded, Kim Kardashian has not made her own way in the world. She was born into a wealthy family. The rest of us, men and women, just worry about paying the taxes to pay for your magic money tree, Harman, you disgrace. Ian, I feel like I haven't given you enough opportunity to show your knowledge on the Kardashian family, so I will give you a point for every Kardashian sister you can name.
Just move on. Let's just move on.
I didn't actually know she had sisters. I'm just getting over the fact that Kanye West isn't a constituency.
You could have had Courtney, Chloe, Kendall, Kylie. All spelled with a K. Yes, it's exciting.
And do they have children that start with a K?
No, Courtney. All right, Courtney.
There's a child they're all very fond of who they call Special K. And they look after him. He's lovely, comes through. How are you?
We catch up with Adam Werrity. Do you remember Adam Werrity?
He was Dr. Fox's friend.
There he is. He gave an interview to The Spectator this week, and amongst other things, we found out what his plans are for New Year's Eve.
He's going to spend it with the foxes.
Yes, he is.
They're very forgiving.
Yeah.
Is he a friend of Dr. Fox's, like William Hague had that friend?
You should have a chat with our lawyer about that one.
Yeah.
How do you spell innuendo? You're doing Countdown, you should brush up on these things.
Don't talk to me about that.
No, well, have you done... Well, you...
I see all these letters.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, my God. And I get cat.
Yes.
And then some kid says cataclysmic.
Yeah. It's only 9 letters, isn't there?
I don't know.
No.
Yes, he is indeed. Paul, you're right. He's going to be round at the Foxes.
It's just staggering how naive some of these senior politicians can be. Staggering. And then Cameron brings in Coulson into number 10. Sort of bloke you wouldn't have in the house.
Time now for the odd one out round. Blackbeard, Andy Hamilton, Conan the Barbarian, and Ian Hislop. There you are.
Well, they've all got beards, except me.
So,
thank you very much. 2 points.
They're all barbarians, except me.
How dare you?
How about
Just
you,
what a
sir?
barbarian would say.
Is it pirates? I'm a pirate in a children's cartoon.
You are exactly, yes.
So...
Do you remember what you're called?
I'm called... Yes, of course, sir. I'm a proper artist.
Yeah.
I'm Captain Squid.
You are, you're Captain Squid.
Captain
Squid?
Captain Squid. I'm a captain and I'm a squid. It's actually quite an achievement for a squid to reach that rank.
What's your Captain Squid voice? Your booming pirate voice?
It's very like this voice.
This is about having a parrot. I had a parrot when I was young.
Ian's the odd one out, he's not a pirate.
Yes, you're right. Ian has never been a pirate, but like many legendary pirates, he did once own a parrot. What was your parrot called?
We were a very imaginative family. It
Oh,
was
this is
called
gonna be
Polly. It was a grey African parrot.
Did you teach it all your catchphrases?
And those would be, Alexander?
Yes. I don't know, catch looks, maybe. That's in, catch look.
We had this parrot in Nigeria, where we were living when I was very young. And it was a lovely parrot, and it did a certain amount of talking in English.
I'm too good for this place. I really shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
What do we know about Blackbeard?
He used to set fire to himself, didn't he?
He did,
Yeah, he used to put fireworks in his beard.
Exactly. He would weave wicks laced with gunpowder into his hair and lit them during battle. Here he is, got a picture.
He runs a coffee shop now in Shoreditch. I've seen him. It's vaping. That's still happening.
Blackbeard was an infamous 18th century pirate in the Caribbean, known for his drunkenness and violent reputation. In fact, Johnny Depp used him as an inspiration for the character Johnny Depp in real life. Who's that playing Conan the Barbarian?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes, that's right. One recent review of Conan the Barbarian read simply, terrible film, terrible actor, terrible apprentice ratings, sad! Exclamation mark. Yes, they are all pirates apart from Ian, although he did once own a parrot.
I was a pirate, actually. after Nigeria, we moved to Somalia. Our film, Captain Phillips, is based on me.
Shall we have a look at how the government have handled accusations of incompetence?
Badly.
Let's have a look.
But no apology, Home Secretary, for these failings which NHS staff and their families blame on the government.
Well, I'm sorry if people feel that there have been failings. I'll be very, very clear about that.
That's great. That's one of those I'm sorry if.
When I first started having, when I had a business that had customer complaints, to kind of protect ourselves, we'd use the if you feel. We're not admitting it. It's not our responsibility if you feel. You know, I mean, I learnt very quickly that really winds people up.
It just means if other people are so stupid as to take offence by the fact that I've done something they don't like, then I'm sorry for them. It's a non-apology.
Speaking of Priti Patel, did you see how, when it was Priti Patel's turn to have a go at messing up the press briefing, her describing how many people have been tested for the coronavirus?
Oh.
Let's have a look.
I can report, through the government's ongoing monitoring and testing programme, that as of 9 a.m. today, there have been 974,000 tests carried out across the UK.
Phil, you've got an engineering degree. Just talk us through that number.
Yes, that number is what is known as of the Goldilocks point of the ideal number of tests to have. It's a very rare number. It's only been used a couple of times in history.
Isn't it more worrying that the Home Secretary can't read a number, so that this fine, if you go outside and you're sunbathing for 150 quid, might be 150,000 quid by the end of the week? Or if there's a prison sentence for walking your dog at the wrong time of day, maybe that'll be 10 years or 50 or 100,000 years. I'm genuinely worried. I mean, you know, we did quite a lot of jokes about the shadow Home Secretary, who wasn't very good on numbers in terms of the police. But, I mean, Priti Patel, she's in a league of her own. You've got to give it to the Tories. I mean, this is class number wangology.
I tell you what, I went to a chemist the other day to get a thermometer, and whoever put the price on that, I think, was using Priti Patel's number system. I mean, that was a number plucked from the air.
I live with my sister, and in a moment of desperation, she brought back a meat thermometer, because it's the only thing she could find. So we've got a thermometer about this big now. And it's not very accurate.
Where'd you put it?
Maybe don't answer that question. But what is going to happen to Parliament?
It's going to become virtual, isn't it? That they're all sort of going to be doing it a bit like the way we're doing this show, where people are going to be sitting at home, presumably, and I don't know how many MPs there are altogether. It's like 660, isn't it? Something like that. So they're all going to divide the TV screen up into 660 little squares, and they will all be invited to speak one at a time.
And it's being organised by Jacob Rees-Mogg, which could be quite funny on Zoom, because if he just lies down, we just won't see him at all. Just a blank bench. I can't wait.
According to The Guardian, a lot of MPs don't think the online Parliament will work because taking spontaneous interventions will be hard to facilitate via video conferencing. I think we're proving that wrong tonight. What's the good news for MPs? It's to do with money.
Well, they're getting £10,000 for working at home.
They are getting an allowance of £10,000 if they need things to help them work from home. What might they need that costs £10,000 to work from home?
Chairs, tables, videos, you know, stuff.
Duck houses. Do you need your wife as your secretary? That seems to be very, very important. And particularly if she's in the next room.
And what about the police? They're encouraging people to inform on their neighbours now for persistent rule infringement. How are people with holiday homes trying to get around being stopped with luggage in the car?
Oh, I don't know, but they're all driving down at night, aren't they? Wasn't there lots of rumours about clandestine driving down the A303?
They're driving down in their cars with no luggage, and they're getting a courier company to send the luggage on, so that when the police stop them and they say, are you moving down here? They say, no, we're not. We haven't got any luggage.
Yes, this is coronavirus, which has been in the news this week. Priti Patel gave her briefing flanked by government advisers who kept the strict 2 metres away from her, which the Home Office has recommended with Priti.
I've never watched an election a US election unfold overnight from London, from watching the BBC overnight. And that's the way, if you want to watch America go down the dumper, watch it through the befuddled nocturnal fog of a man named Andrew Neil. Watching a man, he's just barely on top of everything. And he just sits there, and he had other people beside. He looks like he's squeezed in like this. And then when they're not there, he still looks like he's squeezed in. Like his body's trying to eject itself. And he comes out, and he's trying to explain the Electoral College, and he doesn't quite, nobody quite gets it, because it's impossible to explain it. It just, somebody's got to get it 270. Somebody, and now you're watching his scoreboard at a bowling alley. And then finally they give up, and they just bring out this guy who just dances on a map. He just he dances on a map, and he's trying to show all the states with his feet. He's going like, oh, there's Wisconsin, and there's Ohio, and oh, there's a red state turning blue. Oh, I mean, Christ, Trump is becoming president, and the guy's playing Twister. And then finally, you know, there's just at the top of Andrew Neil's head, spray-on thatch thing, and comes back up at 6:30 and says, Trump's president, and great. Trump's president, I'm watching an acorn talk to me.
The longest TV review I've ever heard.
This wasn't the most shocking food news that we've had this week. What else have shoppers reacted to in amazement?
Oh, blue ribbons. Not going to be made. Is that the one? Are the jobs going at blue ribbons? No.
Well, the jobs are moving.
Moving.
Yeah, so Nestle has said...
To a different country, I think.
They're going to move 300 biscuit-making jobs from Britain to Poland.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to get home at night.
And social media was set alight by people baffled and upset that a biscuit they'd always thought was called Blue Ribbon...
Yeah. Is it und, isn't it? It's the dut on the end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's called Blue Ribband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did people think it was called Blue Ribbon?
I have no idea, because it's been called that since 1936.
It has.
And consumers were so deeply traumatised.
You saw people crying in the streets.
Yeah. They went online to vent their horror. Yeah, of course they did. Becca wrote, I've been lied to all my life. And Terry agreed with ribband. That'll take some explaining. OK, I'm going to do a little experiment with you now, which I know you'll love.
Yeah.
Have you got some?
No, we've not got an endless budget, Ian.
But only 99p for a packet of 8, I noticed on that still earlier, and at 99 calories a treat. That's fun for all the family.
Are they paying you?
Let's hope so after this goes out.
So what I'd like you to do in this little experiment is write down the name as it appears on the label of a Kit Kat.
To the circle.
Oh, you seem to check.
No conferring.
No conferring. It's like the Tory cabinet. Make it up yourself.
OK, well, I've written Kit Kat because I'm assuming that's how it's written on the label.
Right, Robert, let's see yours.
Just says Kit Kat, really? I mean...
it's a circle with Kit Kat on it. Yeah.
Right.
I've put a hyphen in it.
Right, yeah.
Oh, it could be a hyphen, yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Peston on Politics this Sunday at 9 featuring...
I love you! Actually, that's sabotage. It's 10.
It hasn't got a hyphen. That's what I was going to say.
No hyphens over here.
Amazing.
OK.
233 calories, though. You're better off with 2 blue ribbon.
This is the idea that the act of Russian warfare that comes next will be invading our homes via our kettles. Yes, the hackers use your kettle's default password to take control of it and
hang on, your kettle has a default password?
I mean, your kettle probably doesn't.
My kettle doesn't, no.
No, but if you have a smart kettle...
A smart kettle?
Yes, you can boil water from another room.
Can you boil a kettle in somebody else's house without their permission?
Yes.
Well, that's how Putin could launch an invasion. All our kettles could spontaneously start boiling.
Everybody rushes to make a cup of tea and he's coming across the strait to Dover.
Straight in.
But you're joking, but...
I mean, this is happening.
No, it's not really happening, Ian.
Yes.
Isn't it?
But the kettles thing, that was just... I made that up.
No, you see, you didn't make it up. They can take over the kettle via the password and press-gang the kettle into a botnet. The enslaved device then lures others into the botnet, and they're all told to make endless requests from the same server, causing it to overload and crash.
Yeah, this did happen last week. There was a crash when all sorts of bits of the internet were unavailable and fell apart,
after they were hacked into. It made a huge difference to my life. I couldn't get on Twitter, Instagram. I was taking pictures of my lunch.
Had to get an Uber car instead of your regular handsome cab.
Not just kettles. I mean, what else? What are other...
Fridges.
Toasters.
Yes.
Toasters are the worst.
Electric can openers. Toasters are the
Webcams, baby monitors, printers, routers. You must have some of these things.
But I have a baby monitor, yes, but that's kind of was a foolish purchase, really, because I don't have any children.
Aren't we protected by the fact that we've got very slow broadband?
Why should we not be worried about Russia's aggressive posturing, according to Professor Mark Armand?
Somebody hacks into you?
Yeah.
Mr. Putin has a reasonable regard for him.
Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features, as its guest publication, Oil Installer, the magazine of the heating industry.
That looks like my local priest.
And we start with, I look forward to the arrival of Oil Installer magazine, but
I must get out more instead.
if anyone gets this, I'll give you £100 of my own money.
OK, right, here we go. I look forward to the arrival of Oil Installer magazine, but I wish you had more colour photographs to indicate the wide-ranging aspects of our industry.
The opposite.
I give you £100.
It's gone too
The answer is, I look forward to the arrival of Oil Installer magazine, but we are a niche specialist magazine and we should keep it that way. Next, what, missing for more than a century, rediscovered by scientists?
Theresa May.
The answer is faceless fish, missing for more than a century, rediscovered by scientists. This is the faceless fish that was spotted this week for the first time in Australia since 1873. According to the scientist who found the fish, you can't see any eyes, any gills or any mouth. I think what you found there, mate, is a stick. Next, what? No longer a dirty word.
Coffee.
Dirty.
Oil.
Oil, no longer a dirty word. According to Oil Installer, oil is no longer a dirty word. Well, that depends on your point of view. For some, oil is refined. For others, it's crude. And finally, big birds are more likely to what?
Fly short distances.
Cluck longer.
Big birds are more likely to be faithful. Scientists revealed this week that birds with small brains are associated with promiscuity, with females being the guiltiest of all. According to the research, the albatross was the most faithful bird, followed by the guillemot, while the common shag was what they called the sparrow who lived opposite.
So when it comes to tax, what does every politician really want?
To be able to declare their own tax affairs, make them public.
Transparency. isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
And what do they mean by transparency in this case?
We're not going to do it.
They mean revealing a very small amount of information that doesn't tell you too much.
Yeah.
So you just put your income in, and if income isn't your big thing, if, say, assets, say you're in the cabinet, just thinking randomly, then you don't have to declare those. So, you know, transparency up to a point, which is opaque.
That makes a lot of sense, yes. Yes, according to The Guardian, there is an agreement between Cameron and Osborne that all senior ministers should be transparent. Let's hope... Let's hope they don't mean Eric Pickles. Yuck. According to The Express, Cameron is relaxed about revealing his income tax returns. According to The Telegraph, George Osborne says he hasn't set his face against it. Which face does he use when he sets his face against it? Does he use this face? Or this face? Or this face? So why is it all kicking off now? What started this rumpus?
It's Ken Livingstone.
That's right.
It was discovered that Ken had said that people who avoid tax are rich bastards who shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turned out that he pays a lot of his earnings into a company and pays not tax at 40%, but corporate tax at 21%. And a lot of people irresponsibly thought he's avoiding tax. What a bastard.
Then there was a fight between him and Boris.
In a radio station. In a lift. What did he call him, though? Did he call him a lying wanker?
No, I'm afraid it was the F word.
Lying wanker?
I'm not helping here, am I?
That happens to be one of our finest banks.
You're very close. Boris screamed into Ken's face, "You're a liar." Presumably a phrase...
Who cooperated with the FIFA inquiry?
The English.
Yes,
Greg
no
Price.
one except the English and the Australians, and definitely not the Russians or the Qataris.
We never get it, do we? We're conducting... Oh, yes, we'll help. You're guilty.
But why... I mean, why would anyone believe the Russians could be corrupt? But why didn't they cooperate with the FIFA inquiry?
Because they destroyed all their records by accident. Yes. As you do when someone says, I'm conducting an investigation.
It was simply that the Russians were unable to provide more than a few documents from the bidding process because the computers they used during their bid had been leased, they were returned and subsequently destroyed by their original owners.
We must bid for the World Cup. First, we must rent some computers.
Qatari Mohammed bin Hammam undoubtedly paid money to a delegate from Tahiti specifically to vote for the Qatari bid, but why have FIFA dismissed this as irrelevant?
But they said he wasn't acting on behalf of the Qataris. Despite being Qatari and described by the Qataris as their greatest asset in our bid for the World Cup, he was not acting for them. Thank goodness FIFA sorted that one out.
But in this instance, they know he paid money to a delegate to vote for the Qatari bid, so that it's definitely to do with the Qatari bid, but they dismissed it as irrelevant because they said this was only one vote out of the 13 required and therefore could not have been significant. If the ballot papers of 1/13 of the British electorate were forged, that wouldn't be relevant because it couldn't affect the result.
No.
I mean, it's not, sorry, it's not funny, but these people are arseholes. What, according to the FIFA report, did the English bidding team do that was so worthy of condemnation?
They organised a gala dinner
Yes.
for Warner and generally sucked up to him.
It's almost sweet, our pathetic attempts to bribe them. We sponsored a dinner for Caribbean football to the tune of £30,000 and found a part-time job for a friend of Jack Warner. That's the Jack Warner that the Qataris paid over $1 million to. I think they got a signed copy of your book as well. Did you see the exchange of emails between some of bin Hammam's staff as the allegations of corruption first surfaced?
No.
Well, they appeared in the Sunday Times. It starts, I need you to start shredding his correspondence. So soon? Yes, start from now. There are 3 years of filing to be shredded. Just do it discreetly, OK? What about the request from the Russians to shred?
Richard, here's another for you.
Oh, yes, of course, it's the flag of the European Union. We know that. Yes, Nigel Farage, and he's on his way to a public ceremony. Gays are allowed to get married since Sunday. It's fantastic. Really good news, brilliant. And this couple here are amongst the first to actually, say the rights. They're now husband and husband. Fantastic news.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's a lovely story.
A lot of people think it won't last, but I'm all for
I
it.
think so. They've had a couple of arguments, a couple of them in public, but, they'll get together as a couple. They'll be absolutely fine.
I think it's the story about
Yes,
Nick Clegg
thank
and
you.
Nigel Farage having a TV debate.
And who do you think won?
I don't think either of them are truly winners, are they? I think you've got best loser.
According to Donald McIntyre in The Independent, journalists had been briefed that Nick Clegg was going to do something unusual during the debate. What was it?
He was going to show some passion.
Get emotional.
On a space hopper.
And did he get emotional?
He got a bit emotional.
He used his hands a lot, didn't he? Sort of, just to show emotion and stuff. He and he took his shirt off as well, I think, didn't he?
Yeah. As far as I understand it, yeah. They wrestled like men. I quite enjoyed the debate, and I think because of the way I watched it, because I didn't watch the pictures, I just had the audio. Then I turned the volume right down, and genuinely I enjoyed it.
Well, it's slightly odd. You're the Deputy Prime Minister, and you're taking on live television a man who hasn't got one MP.
and he wins. You know, this is supposed to be equal status.
Apparently, Clegg told Farage, "You're making things up to make a point," to which Farage replied, "You've done pretty well out of it."
In other mistake news, why have Google been suffering from rogue anuses?
Oh, yes. 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 This is... there's a...
Yes.
Yeah. There's a computer program which misreads old print, so arms comes out as anus, so farewell to anus. I drape my anus across her shoulder in a comforting manner. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. They sound as if I'm making it up, but I'm not, am I, David?
You're not
I'm
making it up.
No.
The scanning technology they use to turn books into e-books can't differentiate between arms and anus in certain typefaces.
Yeah.
Here's a quote from John Mackay Wilson's Tales of the Borders. Poor Janet shuddered at the words which she heard him utter, for with strange and wicked oaths he vowed vengeance on the individual who'd persecuted him, and she flung her anus around his neck and kissed his forehead. From Georgina Bragg's Matisse on the Loose, she grabbed my anus and positioned my body in the direction of the East Gallery, and we started walking. And in the complete works of Washington Irving, there is a reference to the great captain who had been one of his comrades in anus. Are there any other words that Google Books scanning technology is confused?
Yeah, it can't do tax.
Yes, it reads tax as free. No, it's burn and bum get muddled up as well, as in a patent for a carrier for an integrated circuit that talks of bum-in electrical contacts.
God, Scotland, what happens? It's bums night.
Where they all join anuses and sing Old Lang Syne. They're not New Labour anymore. No. I hadn't noticed that. They're going to rebrand.
Yeah, Labour.
Labour Classic.
They couldn't call themselves New Labour when Blair left. It's like when Mike Nolan left Bucks Fizz. They couldn't call themselves Bucks Fizz anymore.
Labour could go with Bucks Fizz. Champagne socialists, but slightly diluted with orange juice. And the Lib Dems, what are they?
I think they're going to sit this election out.
Yeah.
That's probably...
They've got a note from their mother.
Yeah.
I think they'll play the sympathy vote to a certain extent. Just have Nick Clegg topless holding a puppy, just looking into the camera like that.
According to the Sunday Times, what has David Cameron decided to do?
Resign.
No.
Go on holiday.
No, this is about the TV debates.
He's going to debate with Nigel Farage. He's going for the toughest one first.
That's right. Cameron is going to take on Farage. According to the Sunday Times, Cameron wants the TV debates to be in a 2-3-5 formation. So that's Cameron Miliband, Clegg Miliband Cameron, and Farage Cameron Clegg Miliband with Yaya Toure behind the strikers. Thank you for laughing. I don't know what that meant.
Basically, Ryan Giggs has spent an awful lot of money to ensure that he's become world famous for stuff other than football.
Yeah.
But people still might be sued for telling people that it was him, so...
Yeah, well, that's right. The MP, John Hemming,
yeah,
he said that apparently 75,000 people named Ryan Giggs on Twitter. It's not possible to arrest them all. Well, I mean, it's worth a go, though, isn't it? I mean, well, the thing is, the injunction is still in place.
That's right.
That's the thing.
Absolutely.
Despite the people keep going blabbing it out, there's a legal expert, Joshua Rosenberg.
Yeah.
This is what he had to say about it, right?
Well, the law is clear. There is still a court order in force which says that we can't name Ryan Giggs as the person who brought these proceedings.
I'm pleased we can say his name, though, because I was getting so fed up. Every newspaper, every day, it was like, Imogen Thomas has been having sexual liaisons with a man who cannot be named. It's like, what, Voldemort?
Yeah.
I sort of see why he did it as well, Ryan Giggs. Because you get the superintelligence, he knows that if his identity was known, then people would know not only who he was, but also that his marriage was on the rocks. And at that point, John Terry would be round his house like a sex-crazed whippet.
Yes, the worst-kept secret in Britain is finally out. Lawyers are a complete waste of money. As As the row unfolded, thousands of Twitter users named Ryan Giggs in what the Daily Mail called one of the biggest acts of civil disobedience in modern times. Top that, Syria, lightweights.
Ian and Roisin, take a look at this.
Someone being given the bill. Getting a bit of a shock. Oh, it's him. And him saying I didn't have the starter and didn't drink much.
It's David Cameron getting a massive bill when he went to Europe for not turning his data roaming off.
1.7 billion, it's a lot, isn't it? No, he got a shock, because although we know the Prime Minister's absolutely on top of all the detail, no one had told him that he was due to get a £1.7 billion bill, so he had a bit of a fit, and he said, I'm not going to pay it.
You're bang on. Of course it is the 1.7 billion. It's landed on David Cameron's desk. Why exactly was it sent to us?
It came about because there's an annual recalibration, I think they call it, but they've done it over 11 years, and suddenly the EU says, can you give us 1.7 billion quid? And they were rather shocked.
It feels a little bit like the EU are doing that thing when you go out with someone and they want you to dump them. So they just start behaving really badly and asking for things that are going to annoy you. It's, you know, if you've ever been out with a boyfriend, they're sort of like, oh, I want a threesome and I want 1.7 billion by the 1st of December. So that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I know that so well.
What did he actually say, Cameron, about not paying?
He said, if anyone thinks I'm going to pay this now, he added the now, they've got another thing coming.
Yeah.
Because obviously he'll pay it later. And he got suspicious because Britain has to pay more, but funnily enough, Germany and France have to pay less. Wonder how that came up. And then they said it was because Britain's doing so well, but Greece also had to pay more. I'm not sure about this rationale.
And it's quite a short time span. You know, we should be able to pay off a little bit a month. You know, if you get a massive bill and they sort of go... It's their fault if they sort of... If they haven't charged us enough over 11 years...
Yes, it's Mrs Merkel as Wonga.
It's GDP, isn't it? It's the thing... And one of the complaints is that they've been measuring our GDP in a way that includes... drugs and prostitution.
Yeah.
Which is, if you think, that is a reasonable way of measuring how an economy is doing.
Yeah. Is it?
Because, well, it is, yeah. Because obviously, if a country there's more disposable income, then they'll spend more on drugs and prostitutes.
Well, for a lot of people, Andy, those are necessities.
Well, that's why Italy's GDP is so low, because once you factor out Berlusconi, there's...
If, as a result of his presidency, the world does indeed end, won't it be marvellous to think it happened in our time?
He might change what the word presidential means. Like, in a few years, you'll be going, oh, my uncle fell over and banged his head on a curb. He's been rendered completely presidential.
He dismissed the head of the FBI this week.
Comey, James Comey?
Mr. Comey was dismissed.
Comey over.
Because he was...
investigating his connections with Russia.
And now there's an inquiry. Who's been put in charge of the inquiry?
They've got a special prosecutor.
A former
Yeah,
head
former
of the FBI.
And then when you open up that special prosecutor, there'll be another little special prosecutor, and open up, there'll be another... and eventually a little bloke saying, did you do it?
He's Robert Mueller, who was the former FBI director. James Comey's done something to get his revenge on Trump. Any idea
He has
what it is?
produced his memo.
Oh,
he
yes,
kept
his
a
shit
memorandum.
notes, didn't he?
Yes. After Trump tweeted that he had kept, or suggested he might have kept a recording of the dinner that took place in February, Comey then came back to say, well, I kept a memorandum.
And he said, will you drop the Russian stuff? So basically, he accused him of literally trying to interfere in the process of justice. And the Americans don't like that very much. So it is all going wrong.
Yeah.
And then the best bit was Putin, who was like, oh, if you want the transcript, we've got one.
How did Trump's administration respond to Comey's leak?
With confusion.
With incredible confusion. According to online news website Daily Beasts, one official said, I felt like running down the hallway with a fire extinguisher.
Because last week we weren't on because it was children with knees. And we had...
But I obviously have not read a paper, so this just sounds all so absurd.
Oh, there's more.
Is there more?
Yeah, Trump's proposed to the Queen.
Oh, God.
And she's accepted, and the wedding is next year. They're going to have it in Trump Tower. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, I look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm best man.
Are you?
He hasn't actually appointed him. I mean,
but via Twitter. I mean, that's real, isn't it?
the president isn't actually allowed to appoint our ambassador yet.
No, no. Thankfully
not on Twitter. If he does it on Facebook, it's legally binding.
So it was a late-night tweet from Trump. Do you remember roughly what it said?
It said that many people think that Nigel Farage would make an excellent ambassador between the UK and the US, or
That's
something
many
along
in the sense of one.
I responded to Donald Trump and I said, name them.
This is exactly what he said. Many people would like to see Nigel Farage represent Great Britain as their ambassador to the United States. He would do a great job.
Donald Trump doesn't even follow Nigel Farage on Twitter, which is a massive digital slap in the face.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, he doesn't even follow him, so he doesn't think he's that great a job. He doesn't think he's got top pants online.
Do you know? Can anyone remember? You remember Christopher Mayer, who was Tony Blair's ambassador to the US?
Yeah.
Do you remember what his instruction was?
Yeah. Get as drunk as possible and then avoid everybody.
He was pretty nearly that.
Was it?
He was told to get as far up George Bush's arse as you can.
Exactly. It was exactly... We want you to go...
Is he allowed to use crampons? Is he?
We want you to get up the arse of the White House and stay there. So that's the brief. Actually, maybe Nigel Farage is qualified.
Well, Blair did it himself. He didn't actually need an ambassador.
Now, who'd like to see a picture of Farage, quite possibly the happiest moment in his life? I think that's the door into Trump Tower.
It is fantastic. Have you seen the pictures of inside? It's sort of late Gaddafi, the perhaps early Saddam, but it's a riot of vulgar dictator chic. It is.
Meanwhile, how is Theresa May's special relationship with Trump coming along?
Very good.
Very good. He said to her, if you're ever over, do drop in.
Let me
made
know.
that up. That was it.
If you're coming over, let me know. That's what you say to the couple you don't like on holiday, isn't it?
Did you watch the debate last night?
Yes, I did. It was great. It was No. You caught me out mid-lie, mid-question. No, I didn't see it, no. Was it good?
So am I the only one who could bear to watch?
Yes.
Well, it was great.
What was your favourite bit, Ian?
The bit at the beginning when you realised Cameron hadn't turned up. That was very good. And then Clegg hadn't come either.
Yeah.
So it meant that everyone attacked Ed Miliband. He'd managed to get a platform where all the other people could say, you're useless. And he couldn't say it's the Tories' fault because they weren't there. So it was a slightly unbalanced debate.
But what do you think about David Dimbleby's frank confession at the end? I mean, did you guess?
Ill-advised.
Ill-advised, yeah. I agree,
Even though we didn't see all of the debate, let's have a look at the highlights.
There just seems to be a total lack of comprehension on this panel, and indeed amongst this audience, which is a remarkable audience, even by the left-wing standards of the BBC. I mean, this lot's pretty left-wing.
Hang on a second.
Very
hang on a second.
When you talk
Nigel,
about
let me
housing,
just say one thing. This is an audience that has been carefully chosen, not
Very
by the
carefully.
BBC, not by the BBC, but by an independent polling organisation to represent the balance between all parties. It's
never a great idea. Very good.
Very good. Very good.
It's a very good tactic. Attack your audience.
Was it a wise move to pick a fight with David Dimbleby?
And the BBC and the BBC audience. He's been a bit rattled, isn't he? 12 months ago, he was seen as this sort of man that was going to remake English politics and all this sort of stuff, and now he's just some bloke moaning that everybody's against him.
Who would you rather have a fight with, John? David Dimbleby or Jeremy Paxman?
Glass jaw, Dimbleby.
No, I think that...
He goes straight down. Paxman, he'd be like a bulldog. You'd have to shoot him in the end. He'd keep coming. And another thing, Prime Minister.
Right, and that welcome interruption means it's time once again for a bonus buzzer election round, so let's get started. And the category is... Where am I? Where am I? I'm UKIP parliamentary candidate for Birmingham, Harjinder Singh, but where am I? He's in the street.
He's in the street.
Well, he is, of course, standing near junction 7 of the M6. He's waving at passing cars. He's been doing this 13 hours a day for the last 2 weeks in a bid to win votes. Locals in a nearby pub were asked if they were going to vote for UKIP. What did they all reply?
No.
No! There we are. Fingers on buzzers. Here is your next question.
Are we allowed to do jokes about UKIP? I thought we'd been referred to the Kent police.
Yeah, after last week's show.
And the police were very rightly quite surprised. Usually they're investigating UKIP, not following up complaints. But anyway, well, I hope we're going to be jolly careful, because it's the Representation of the People's Act. So if you make jokes about Farage or UKIP, they could well complain.
Well, he's already threatening the BBC, isn't he, to slash the licence fee as a revenge for that audience on the opposition.
But it's funny when anyone says that, you know, there were some pretty racist jokes made at, say, the UKIP gala. He says, oh, it was a joke, we're going to have censorship now. I think the Kent police are going to be round again.
Next, here's UKIP parliamentary candidate for the West Midlands, Claire Braund. Can you tell me what happened next?
Did she start singing Let It Go, Let It Go?
You are so close. I mean, that is almost exactly right. Yes, let's... No. Let's just have a look.
This is the rhythm of the night. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of my life. My life, oh yeah, the rhythm of my life.
Why?
Why? Ian? That's a no from me.
Ian.
At last, something I know about. This is Nando's.
Well done. Any
Yes,
idea?
but I bet you don't know where it is. That's got him.
There was a survey done in Preston. Did you read this? What's the favourite restaurant of people in Preston?
Yes.
And the answer was Nando's.
Yeah.
Obviously. And after that, it said, what's the favourite pub? And it's Wetherspoons.
Who was specifically annoyed that the award went to Nando's, though?
Some other people who own restaurants?
Yeah. It was the guy who came second. He's got an independent restaurant. Mark O'Rourke, he's called. He told The Times, it just makes Preston look bad, adding, not that it isn't anyway. It's not a crown jewel of the Northwest. Do you know what his restaurant was called? It's a burger bar, and yes, it's a pun.
I can't believe it's not Nando's.
No, any other guesses?
Buggamy Burgers.
The Burgers of Calais.
Right, I'm going to put you out of
Is
your
it a
misery.
Rodin pub?
Yeah.
They'll get there.
It's named We Don't Give a Fork. The awards organiser, Mark Whittle, defended the wins for Nando's and Wetherspoons, saying, it's good to recognise them publicly. They are the very reason many people visit Preston. Why else might people visit Preston?
The other thing I know about Preston is its pioneering economic model as a way to deal with economic depression rather than having council services run by big corporations. They decided to give all their council contracts to local business and cooperatives, and it's actually done a lot to regenerate the region. So,
do you know what? The Preston PR team are going to be so happy with you.
I'm actually on that.
Yeah, because it's not that at all. It's Preston resident Diane Fisher wrote to the Times comments section to say it has a smashing bus station. Yeah. Have a look at it though, it is lovely.
Whoa.
Yeah. Underlying its status as a culinary hotspot, what was Preston the first place in Britain to have?
Burger King.
No.
KFC.
Yes. In 1965, Preston became the first place in Britain to have a Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Wow.
Yeah.
Never been.
It's a reason to go, though.
Yeah.
Put it on your bucket list.
Finally,
Yeah.
why has whole earth peanut butter been taken off supermarket shelves?
Because it's not what it says it is.
It's because its ingredients label says it contains walnuts, but accidentally they've written that in Dutch. So people might not be able to tell there's walnuts in it. Does anybody know what the Dutch is for walnut?
Hofmeister.
Walnut.
Walnut.
You can see the problem, can't you?
Yeah, that could confuse a stupid person.
At the end of Wayne Hennessy if he's got a walnut allergy.
On the subject of food, what were the Germans astonished by? And
What, this week?
Yes.
Something that we eat that they find astonishing.
Well, something that that David Cameron ate. I'm going to attempt my
haggis
best German accent
Oh,
now.
okay, go on then.
I've never taken a lesson of German, so this is probably offensive.
Yeah. Right. Just think of it as an audition.
Thanks.
Next.
Wahlkampf in Großbritannien. David Cameron isst Hotdog mit Besteck. Shocking.
Just bring it down a bit.
Okay. Gott in Himmel, Cameron isst einen Hotdog mit Messer und Gabel. Türfel. So that translates loosely as Cameron eats a hot dog with a knife and fork, which was something that he did this week, which...
Oh, yeah, because he was scared of the whole bacon sandwich thing, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten anything with your hands, Ian?
Yes, I believe I ate an apple. And he said he didn't say it, and then the policeman came out and said he won't answer the question. But he had a tape going in which he said, I admit I swore, and I'm sorry about that.
He was wearing a wire. And the feds didn't realise. He turned the tables against them.
Well, how long did the original incident actually last, the actual incident?
45 seconds.
45 seconons. And so far it's cost...
£250,000
Yes, it has. Yes.
to investigate.
Can we get the Chinese pay for that?
160 million people in China watched it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they must really not have liked him. There must have been a build-up of animosity towards him.
Yeah, do you think he'd ridden up to the gates most days and said, open it?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Clapping his hands. Open, come on! Bike here, eco!
You know, it's a terrible dilemma. Do you believe a Tory member of the cabinet or a policeman? You know, public's got a real problem there.
Police whistleblower has actually come forward. You mentioned that.
They're all
about talking about a
whistleblowers,
result.
They're all whistleblowers. They all blow whistles.
I don't think they do
anymore,
do they?
Okay, logically it doesn't work.
Mobile phone.
When this show began, you could have done that joke. I don't mean today, I mean 20 years ago.
I felt tense because you went very quiet. And I thought, oh, God, I've cut across a friend of Tom Cruise's.
Well, a whistleblower has come forward with the result of a plot to get Mitchell. And he says that Mitchell had a row at the gates the previous evening as well, after which one of the officers had said, right, we can stitch him up. I love the idea that they actually said it like you would in the Beano.
When he said Margaret Thatcher did great hurt to the British people, although not as much as all those bombs, eh, Jerry? All right, Jerry, any time, you straight between your gizzard.
I thought we politically moved on from issuing threats to former members of the IRA.
Well, the BBC also interviewed Maggie's biggest fan and disciple, Tony Blair. Did you see his tribute? He said, very few leaders get to change the landscape of not just their own country, but of the world. I mean, well, he certainly changed the landscape of Baghdad. I'm sorry, Tony, I'm sorry about that, because he had a heart operation, once he had aberration.
Well, he had one put in.
Did he have one put in? He did. And now, Lord Howe of Aberavon was... I'm not going to say that again.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not, Aberavon...
It sounds like you're drowning in a bath.
was asked by Sky for his thoughts on his time in Thatcher's cabinet. And he said it was a long time ago. Well, yes, that's the idea when someone dies, Geoffrey. A bit of reminiscing about old stuff. Come on, shape up!
I think you're in safer ground attacking Geoffrey Howe than you were with Jerry Adams.
Did you hear about Julian's styles? According to the Mirror, Julian, 58, was made redundant from his factory job in 1984. I've been waiting for that witch to die for 30 years, he said. Tonight is party time. I'm drinking one drink for every year I've been out of work. 30 years? Without a job? Pull your finger out, Julian, you lazy bastard! I'll chin you, you bastard!
Let's abandon this show. Brian says, who wants a fight? Line up in alphabetical...
I'm not in touch with Vivienne Westwood.
Right.
Though I did get married in Vivienne Westwood, so...
Did you?
You know, yeah.
What, inside her?
Karen Brady, off of The Apprentice, was at the Tory Party conference. What was she wearing? I mean, what was she there for?
Oh, yes. Well, I can tell you what she was wearing.
Okay, you can say
it was
what
one of those body illusion dresses that makes you look half the size you are.
Yes, a
Is that right?
bodycon
That's
dress.
the one. Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
heard of that.
Well,
Sounds good.
Really good, yeah. Try one next time.
I will, yeah.
Not that I'm saying you need to.
No, not saying I want to. But I will.
We can have a look at Karen Brady's bodycon dress. If you believed the bodycon there, you'd just call an ambulance, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Brady was there to introduce George Osborne. Do you know how she did that?
George Osborne.
Bill Clinton did Tony Blair once.
Really?
I mean, introduced him.
Get your wife to do it now. That's the other thing at the conference.
Say,
I think
you're the
after
hero.
Justine's performance in the Ed Miliband show, no wife is going to do it again, are they? Did anyone
She
see
was
that?
told to kiss him.
Oh, yeah, and she has to do it.
Well,
not even prostitutes have to kiss. And there was also a spectre at the feast at the Tory conference. Do you know who that was?
Oh, Nigel Farage.
Yes, and I suppose the ghost of Margaret Thatcher was probably
because she was
there.
invoked, wasn't she?
Was she?
The mummy.
They did a
return.
séance.
Anyway, he turned up, didn't he?
Yes, he turned up in Manchester to address a lunatic fringe... Sorry, Freudian slip. A fringe meeting. Here he is arriving.
Do you expect a warm welcome at the Tory conference?
No.
That's the spirit.